Yo, what is going on, everybody? Welcome to episode 129 of MDC. Your boy Bleezy and CT always here every Monday, 8:30 sharp. We do impromptu shows throughout the week. For those y'all gonna end up watching on Twitch, Twitter, or watching later, remember, smash that like button, subscribe if you haven't, hit that notification bell. Let's get it, Bleezy. What is going on? Oh shit, I forgot. Tonight's episode, Tua shows up for the first day of phase 3 of OTAs, ending the bullshit about whether he's holding out or not. Let's go, Bleezy. What's going on, brother?
Hey, man, happy Monday. Another beautiful evening in South Florida right now. It's actually not too hot, kind of nice outside. And so, but yeah, a lot of Tua talk out there right now, man. We're going to get into it tonight, no doubt.
Absolutely. But I do think that, again, we discussed on Friday's show. I'm not freaking out until he's missing OTAs and missing veteran minicamp and all of that, which obviously he's not going to do. And we will get into a few possible reasons why, even if they are kind of bickering back and forth on numbers as far as Tua and his reps and Greer or Brandon Shore, whoever the hell Greer wants to blame for contracts or non-contracts being given. But yeah, man, it was interesting. He showed up today, and he's
in the building. He's in the building.
Yes, sir. We do have some details about the OBJ contract. We finally got some information about his incentives. We have an interview with Drew Rosenhaus on ESPN discussing the Tua situation. So, you also said something along the lines of Poyer doing an interview. So we got some information on that, man. We got all kinds of shit. Let's hop right in, man. Tua shows up first day. What's going on, Bleezy? What happened? I thought everybody said he was holding out.
Yeah. No, they said he was holding out until about 8:30 this morning when he was reported in camp. And yeah, man, it's a lot of talk. Amicus talking about Poyer. Yeah,
yes, sir. We're gonna get into it. Drop that link, please. You haven't dropped the link yet.
Yeah. And so, it's interesting. Back in my day, I hate to say that. I sound like an old son of a bitch. But back in my
you are an old son of a bitch.
Back in my day, we didn't have a hold in. Like last year, we did a hold in with Wilkins. That's what they're calling it.
Yeah,
we did holdouts back in my day. You know what I'm saying? But it's a hold in, evidently. But that's fine. I'd rather a hold in than a hold out. Yeah, you got that right, Cap. We're gonna have some fun, bro. It's gonna be interesting. Never a dull moment.
Especially with Greer and the freaking Dolphins. That's for damn sure. Whether it was Tyreek last year and the freaking Marina incident and all that shit, and now it's Tua or Christian Wilkins, or it's always fucking something.
It really is.
Amicus in the building. What's going on, brother? Man? Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
What's up, bro?
Hey, what's going on, Bleezy? What's up, CT? I was curious because I didn't hear anything, but I watched one show earlier today, and they were talking about how they believe that Tua was sending a message about the contracts, but I guess he was at OTAs today training camp.
Yeah, it was OTAs. It's the first day of phase 3. For those who don't know, phase 1 is conditioning, off-field conditioning. Inside the building, learning in the classroom, stuff like that. Phase 2 is kind of the same thing, except they can do on-field conditioning, but they can't do any team-oriented stuff. But phase 3, you are allowed to be on the field and working with the other players. And Tua did show up today, and by all sources, actually participated. Did not, quote unquote, hold in like we saw with Zach Sealer last year, where he showed up, but he didn't actually participate in team activities. According to all reports, that Tua actually showed up and participated.
In the mix.
So to me, that sounds like he was just throwing like a warning shot, just rubbing them a little bit, letting them know like, hey, this is what it's about.
It's like Doc said the other night. It's freaking the middle of May right now, and so we got all of June and July. It's early, man, to get that deal done with Tua.
Yeah, but he's definitely like sending a small little message. Like that was
right.
It was strategically done that way on purpose.
See, but I mean, I could agree to an extent, but also at the same time, I think it's a little bit different when you're a first or second year guy where, yeah, it's voluntary, but if you don't go, it makes you look like a fucking schmuck. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm a young guy. I think I know everything. I don't have to go in the classroom. I don't have to go, to condition or whatever. But when you're a veteran, man, they skip that shit all the fucking time, whether they're having contract disputes or not. And so I don't know. Another one of the reports, multiple reportings of it, but one story, which, again, there's been no confirmation of, but supposedly Tua has gotten one contract offer by Chris Greer, which is, I still think, fucking hilarious that people still say that it was given to him by Chris Greer, yet every time, something bad happens contractually, it's not Chris Greer, it's actually Brandon Shore. So I don't know. You fuckers got to make up your mind one way or the other on that. But that Tua was offered a contract and turned down the first offer. Now, we haven't heard anything confirming that. So I think that's kind of interesting. We know when we offered OBJ a contract, we know he sat on it. But to say that and then say Tua held out 2 days, but then magically shows up for the first day of phase 3 and actually participates, I don't know, man.
CT.
Yo.
DVP has retired. Devontae Parker called it quits. Told the Eagles, "Nah, I'm not doing this. I'm out."
Well,
Breaking news on MDC.
Yes,
that doesn't surprise me in the least. I mean, all the injury issues, and we all know, just like I was saying with veterans, man. Veterans normally skip these OTAs and stuff, man. Because
man, how? I mean, he should have had another year or two left in him.
Oh man, nah, I mean, bro, he was here for quite some time. I think he was here 6 to 7 years. Devontae Parker.
Hey, I'm kind of in the middle of
he's
something.
31 years old, dude. He's 31 years old.
When y'all get going on the Poyer conversation, can you DM me, send me a text, let me know, because I'm gonna be away for a minute.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
All right.
But yeah, man, he was drafted in 2015, dude.
Okay, so 31, same age as OBJ.
Yeah, he's been around for a while, man. But we know he had all that soft tissue injuries and everything else, and
yeah, injuries probably have something to do with it.
You remember when we talked to Doc Brown, the one of the first few times we talked to him. I mean, I know he's been on quite a bit now, but one of the first few times we had asked him about, some of these guys that skipped these OTAs, skipped, all season, workouts and whatnot. And he was like, man, it's the same thing as guys like Connor Williams, because that's how we got on the topic. We were asking about Connor last year. And he said, yeah, part of that is the contract, but the other part of that is these older dudes, just like Teron Armstead and shit, they're not wanting to go out there and,
The wear and tear.
The wear and tear on their body.
Yeah.
They just want to come out and play fucking, regular season games. That's what they want to do.
Especially in Miami, in that heat. Those old guys need to relax, man. They need to get ready for the season.
Green Red said it was that. Green Rat said it was that concussion that got him.
Yeah.
I mean,
Green Rat.
That's possible, man. That is absolutely possible.
Yeah, it probably was injuries, man. It probably had something to do with it. Devontae Parker, he's 31. You definitely would think he might have one or two more seasons. Maybe he called it quits too early.
Nah, I mean, if he see, and here's the thing, and I hate to say this because it's not meant derogatorily, but it is kind of derogatory. Some of these guys, they manage their money well, right? And they don't have to force themselves to keep playing just to earn money.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And, some of these guys, like, look at Andrew Luck, dude. Andrew Luck, even though he knew he was fucked, with the concussions and all that crap, yeah, he's like, look, I got enough money. I ain't worried about it. Yeah, Green Rat brings up a point. The point about that is, that's when
teammate pulled them off the field.
Yeah, Parker tried to get back up, and he tried to go line back up, and they were about to run the next play, and the fucking receiver next to him, I can't remember who it is because it's a Patriot receiver, was like, he was yelling at the ref like, dude, this guy needs to get off the fucking field.
Damn, so he's beat up like that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, with that concussion, I mean, he tried to get up and he tried to line back up and fucking run the next play.
With that concussion, he's, Woody style. Running.
He was over there stumbling around, and his teammates like, nah, man, he can't even stand in his freaking stance.
That's interesting. He's 31, same age as OBJ. What is OBJ's injury history? Do you know right off the top?
He had the ACL with the Rams.
Not really. It's not as bad as DVP's, probably, the history.
Right? I don't know. I swear we broke down OBJ's injury history before, but I don't know. It wasn't as significant as Devontae Parker for sure. He had the torn ACL.
I don't know, man. I just kind of wonder if Devontae, because he could have played one more year, probably made what, 3 or 4 more million. Why would you not want to do that, bro? Unless it's injury driven.
I mean, unless it is injury driven, but even then, I mean, if you don't have the wherewithal or you don't feel like putting your body through that grind, then
if you're done, you're done, right?
Yeah. So he had an ankle injury in 2017. He had a hamstring injury in 2014. He had a quadriceps injury in 2018, and then the torn ACL in 2020. So, in all honesty, nah, bro, that's fucking compared to Devontae Parker. That's nothing.
That's pretty durable.
What's going on, MC?
What's up, bro?
Yeah, man. Compared to Devontae Parker, who's missing 8 or 9 games a year.
What's popping, MC?
What's going on, brother?
Well, see, that's the difference right there, and it could come down to the injuries, man. But Devontae, you may want to question his drive, maybe a little bit.
Yeah, but if the drive is affected by the amount of injuries,
exactly. It works. Yeah, it works together.
Yeah, I mean, I still would say that
Devontae had all the talent, man. He was a beast coming across the middle on that post route.
Mm-hmm.
Throw that fucking high ball.
That post and that slant, man. Yeah, I mean, but the thing was,
did you see the report today, real quick? Somebody mentioned, I don't know how much stock's into it, but Ryan Tannehill talk to Miami.
I think we brought that up a few weeks ago. That would be fucking ironic. But
As a QB2, would you take
I
Tannehill?
I wouldn't be opposed to it. It for me, it would come down to the numbers. In all honesty, he has no fucking pocket presence at all.
Is he better than Mike White? I guess.
I think he would be better than Mike White just on experience alone. Tannehill would be better than Mike White.
Yeah.
But again, we already, I don't know how much of Mike White's contract is guaranteed, but it's like, we already paid him what, $6.5 million last year. So I don't know, man. I'm not trying to get into another situation where we're paying another backup quarterback $6.5 million.
Yeah, I don't know about the contract deal either. There was a report today just going around Twitter talking about something about Tannehill possibly talking to the Dolphins. And so,
that's an example of terrible Twitter takes of the week right there, brother.
There you go.
Man. Gotta love that shit. But nah, man, I really do think that it comes down to, can you get Tannehill would have to learn a new system. Granted, yes, he has experience in the NFL. We all know that Mike McDaniel's system is complicated. Given a veteran, maybe it doesn't take him as long to pick it up. Would he be better than Mike White in
yes.
Skyler? Yes, absolutely. He would be better than Skyler and Mike White. But again, at what price? And, again,
on the price.
Are you going to piss? And then again, are you going to piss in the cornflakes of Mike White, who you're already paying money? Or can you get out of that contract, without any dead money? I don't know. I don't know the circumstances on that. But
yeah,
as far as talent wise, absolutely, Tannehill's an upgrade over anything we have.
Well, yeah, right. That's what struck me when I saw that. I was like, well, damn. I said, well, I would take him over Mike White. But yeah, I don't know about all that.
Yeah, because then you get into, again, Mike White at least, and Skyler have at least a year or two in Skyler's case.
Right. Yeah.
With experience in the system. But talent-wise, Tannehill's much better than both of them, but that's just my opinion.
I don't know. It'd be interesting if the Dolphins started messing with that. We'll see.
You said T. Hill back up if Tua holds out. I mean, yeah, maybe. I mean, I could see that, but you'd still have to fucking pay him.
Would that not be crazy? We start the year with Tannehill because Tua's holding out.
Tua's not fucking holding out. Can we fucking get off that? I just don't see that happening. I just don't, unless something comes out and they try to lowball him, something way lower.
No, I agree. He's not going to hold out. He's either going to play like he's going to play with an attitude, Christian Wilkins style, which might be a good way to go. But I think that we're going to pay him. We're going to get the deal done, man. The fans are going to go nuts if we don't.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's get into that now that we kind of went there. Circle back around. Into the interview with Drew Rosenhaus on ESPN, I thought he made some interesting comments and his evaluation of it. He started off by saying that he believes that the Tua contract will get done. He does believe, from everyone he's talked to, that it's going to be around the Jared Goff deal. Maybe, a couple extra, guaranteed million here, there, whatever, but nothing significant. But that's kind of where he feels like they're going to end up. He said they are comparable players statistically, win percentage wise, et cetera, et cetera. But something interesting that he did say, as far as the holding out part, is he said that if the two teams are close enough that they feel confident that he can or they can come to an agreement. It's not like, there's a giant chasm between their two offers, that he and with his athletes, especially the big name ones, would say, look, go ahead and participate. You participating or not participating isn't really going to help your cause in this situation when we're already close enough. Does that make sense? Now, if they were $10-15 million apart from each other, then he said, then absolutely hold out, get your money. Obviously, they're concerned about injuries and, kind of stuff like that. But he said if they're close enough for the camps to feel comfortable, he said you can hold in or go ahead and participate.
I mean, isn't hold in the same thing as participating, but you just
no
deal done? Huh?
No.
So you're saying holding
in is like what Seiler did last year.
Standing on the sidelines.
Yeah, he wasn't sitting on the sidelines. He was doing individual work and stuff like that, but he wasn't doing any team participation. So when they had, when they were lining up offense, defense, and all that kind of stuff, he didn't participate in any of that. Essentially, I'm going to take care of me and my body.
I'm going to get my workout in.
I'm going to get my workout in, but I'm not going out there and risking injury.
Okay. But Tua is a level above that. He's participating.
From all of the sources that I've heard, that not only did he go, but he actually participated in the team portion. So
we'll get the deal done, bro.
It sounds to me like, from what Rosenhaus said, and again, he said if it was my client, because obviously Drew Rosenhaus is not to his client. However, Tyreek is. So, and quite a few others on our team are Rosenhaus's clients. But
real quick, do you know if Tua is his agent the same agent that Christian Wilkins has?
Let me look up Tua's.
Interesting, because they're going right down the same path.
So,
your boy Christian.
It says here.
While you're looking that up, Pop-Tart will be wearing 94 this year. Pop-Tart wearing 94.
Oh, shit. There you go. He said he was previously represented by Lee Steinberg. Now he's represented by Ryan Williams and Austin Lyman of Athletes First. And I don't know if that's...
Really good short came out with Kamara and Chop, and I'll tell you what, Kamara looks like an effing beast. He looks so much bigger than Chop. We may have to roll that clip.
So it does say that, yeah. So Christian Wilkins is with Athletes First. However, his agent is David Malugaheta. I don't know who in the hell that is, but. Yeah, so he's with Athlete. They're with the same, company, but not the actual same agent. So
same agency, not the same agent.
Yeah, pretty much. So yeah,
well, I think that's interesting, man. Because Greer should know how they operate, and like
you would have thought that he would have known before last year. I mean, it's not like Christian Wilkins is the only guy that's been represented by Athletes First.
No, I know. But we were talking about this earlier. My thoughts on this are that the Dolphins offered Christian a deal last year. It wasn't good enough for him. He gambled on himself, and he played his ass off. He's very motivated and got a big contract with the Raiders. So right now, Tua is in the exact same situation. We and supposedly we gave him an offer. Well, we're not. Me and CT haven't seen it. We don't know if that's true or not. But supposedly they did, and so now we're in the same position where either you go out, we get a deal done, or you go out ball out. But either way, it's a quarterback. It's different than a defensive tackle. With the quarterback, you pay that man.
Yeah, and that was
my point.
another thing that Rosenhaus spoke about, and how Tua essentially has all of the leverage in this situation because of that fact that he is a quarterback, and you're in two situations, right? Either you pay him and everything's fine and dandy, yada yada. But then if you don't pay him, now it turns into two separate situations. One, possibly he holds out and you're looking for another quarterback anyway. Or two, he balls out, he plays, he balls out. And when it does come time for you to negotiate with him, he's going to be like, fuck you. You're a la Christian Wilkins.
Yeah,
you're going to pay me top dollar. You're going to fucking be the highest bidder, or I'm going to go elsewhere, which again leads you into looking for another quarterback anyway. So it's just like Rosenhaus said, but also the being discontent part. You know, you had Lamar Jackson's situation, right? He was discontent with the contract offer. He was discontent the way that he felt the organization was treating him. But then when it came down to get paid, they had to pay him ridiculous amounts because they knew they had no other option. There was no other quarterback to go get. And so, I mean, the Dolphins are kind of in that situation right now.
Yeah, now they are. But like we're saying, man, it's early it's May. They could get the deal done in May. They could get the deal done in June. It may be July. It may be August.
So absolutely. And like Rosenhaus said, though, he said from everybody he's talked to and everybody he's heard that they are absolutely going to get this deal done. Yeah. And that again, you know, a lot of these things are more, you know, ironing out little wrinkles here and there. You know, it could be $1 million or $2 million here a year. It could be, you know, the possibilities of other incentives and little things like that. But I thought it was really interesting what Rosenhaus said about if the camps are close, I wouldn't suggest that my athlete hold out, because that in itself isn't going to push it over the line. Now, he said if you're far apart, then absolutely hold the fuck out.
We were just saying that's a strong move when you start holding out. That's a different level.
Absolutely. Know? And the fact that Tua didn't even hold in either. He fully participated. According to all sources, he fully participated. So, I mean, it tells me that they're close to a deal.
You know, it reminds me of Christian Wilkins last year. We didn't have a deal with him. There was similar talk, but he was out there playing.
Well, nah, you got to remember he actually did hold out.
Did
what was it? Remember, he shut it down. He did some work in OTAs and stuff, but then he shut it down for like 2 weeks before the start. And then remember, we paid him we offered him a contract like a week before the season, and that's the one he supposedly turned down. And then he decided to go ahead and play. Because I remember I was reading the article earlier. Hold on.
That's interesting. I wonder when he actually stepped out of OTAs.
So it says here he started holding out from practices, and this was August 16th. So essentially the beginning of the preseason is when he started holding out. So he went to mandatory minicamp and all that stuff, but he said says Dolphins defensive tackle Christian Wilkins began holding out from practices amid contract negotiations. He'll still be on the sideline at Dolphins practices, but he's not participating in any team drill. So essentially, he held in last year.
You're holding. Yeah.
Yeah, he was holding in like Zach Seiler was.
Yeah.
So, again, the fact that, Tua went in and didn't even hold in, at least.
Yeah, it tells you we're on the right track. Green Rat, given a quick report, it wasn't Tua at OTA. It was RG3.
Oh, my God. RG3's been
Green
sitting in the
Rat.
booth too long to do shit.
Come on, Green Rat.
But anyway, yeah, man, I'm not worried about that situation. So,
I'm not either. It's just a shame because it's what everybody's going to talk about until we get the deal done. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And that's kind of, like we cautioned on Friday, man, until freaking OTAs, until veteran mini camp, I'm not worried about it. But some people just, they're
on it. They want it done now.
Yeah, but then there are others who don't want it.
And there's a lot of
people still concerned, but still concerned about the fact that Tua's holding out. So that's the fucking hilarious part to me is the people that don't even want to sign Tua to a new contract are all freaking the fuck out because they thought he was going to hold out. So it's like,
yeah,
I thought you thought he sucked. So if he held out, that would probably be the best in your opinion, but yet you're still freaking out about it. So which one is it?
Right.
It drives me nuts, man. Some fans just drive me insane.
Oh, it's well, shit. It's like national news, man. It's all over all the sports talk now, man. Everybody's talking about Tua. It's all over, whether it's right or wrong. Everybody's talking about he rejected an offer, and that's what Chris Greer's got to look out for, man. Don't embarrass the freaking dog. Don't kind of prolong it, man. Do you have to prolong it?
I agree. I just think that, again, they want the best price. Tua's agents want the best price for them. Right. That's what negotiations are. It just is what it is. But yeah, man, the deal will get done. I'm not overly concerned about it.
But what they're saying, their point is, the longer it's not getting done, the more it's kind of a slap into his face.
Yeah, absolutely. I could agree with that to an extent. I do think that it does kind of make a discontent, which is, what Rosenhaus was talking about. And, you make him feel like, you're trying to nickel and dime him. And when it's his turn next year, he's going to start trying to nickel and dime you if you piss him off enough. You know what I mean?
And so it's like you even said, and we put out a short about it. You said it about Waddle. You said Waddle's going to look at this next year and say, "Man, I saw what y'all did with Tua. What the hell?"
Yeah, and
Green Rat coming in. Nobody takes the first offer. That's true.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, unless they're desperate. If they're desperate, they'll take the first one.
Right.
But yeah, man, I agree, and I think that. I just feel like you don't want to continue to set a pattern. And I think that that's what Chris Greer is doing. You set the pattern that you draft guys, you develop them, and then you don't want to pay them. Or the ones that you're going to fight them tooth and nail, a la Christian Wilkins, now Tua. Now, what happens if, you do get into a spat with Tua or something does end up happening, then you got Jalen Waddle next year and Javon Holland. They're both, going to play on their fifth-year options, but both of them are going to be looking around like, what the fuck? Are you going to try to do me dirty like you did Christian and you did Tua? Are we going to be the next ones?
Holland's looking pretty expendable right now. And that's the thing about Tua. There ain't no way we're letting go of Tua. The way the Dolphins are built right now, with the coach, the offense, all the players around him, there's no way that that we would do. We would let him walk like we let Christian Wilkins walk. There's no
Well,
way.
I mean, that defense was built around Christian Wilkins.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Kinda. Quarterback's much more important, though, man.
Oh, I agree, but he's kind of the quarterback of the defense. So,
but you could plug and play. You could replace him with Benito Jones and Pop Tart and all the others.
I disagree with that. I mean, can you get production? Yes, but saying that you're going to replace him, those are two different things. Cap for life in the building. What's going on, brother? Damn, Cap for life with the evil laugh. What's going on, evil laugh?
Once I was listening to Dolphins talk, and I heard them say that DVP was saying bon voyage to the NFL, bro. All I can do is just start having flashbacks, bro.
Oh shit! And they weren't good flashbacks. They were flashbacks of him limping off the field.
All I do is think about his crypto when I hear that, bro.
Devontae Parker, yeah.
Oh,
man. I kind of like the pick when we drafted him. I was kind of like, yeah, I'm down with him. And then we saw what happened, you know?
Yeah. I mean, dude, when the guy was healthy, he played like a fucking beast. I mean, the 9 routes and the C routes he was running, Tua hitting him back shoulder, him freaking, on the slants and on the posts over the middle, like, They him and Tua had a good connection. Just Parker could never stay healthy.
Well, let me ask you this, and this is no shot, no cheap shot at Amicus. And the reason I asked is do you think that Chase Claypool is a little bit of a overhyped sensationalism when it comes to big receivers, and don't you see them in a little bit of the same class of overhypeness?
Yeah, Amicus had to hop out real quick. He's handling some family business real quick. I think
you're spot on. I think DVP is a better receiver, actually, if he's motivated, if he's halfway healthy.
Absolutely. I think that Devontae Parker in his early years was absolutely, a stud. But then you get into, he got injured here. Then he went to the Patriots. He actually stayed relatively healthy, minus the concussion, where, as Green Rat had to say that, his own teammate had to fucking yell at the refs and was like, get this motherfucker off the field. But I mean, the guy had all the physical talent in the world. He had the big body. He had the hands. He had the catch radius. He had the ability to high point the ball. The guy just couldn't stay healthy.
Yeah, man. And I don't want to put that in him being soft, because I remember when King Grant got nailed more than once on those cheap shots in Cincinnati. Flores and DVP were the first guys that got off the field and started backing up Jakeem. So, I mean, I've seen instances where DVP has lost his shit to back up his teammates. So, I mean, it just, like you said, it's unfortunate with the injuries, man. It's just, as much
it
as
was
I don't
always
like
the fucking hamstring, bro. It was always that fucking hamstring.
Yeah.
And you never knew with him on Sunday whether or not he was going to play, man.
And that was kind of one of the gripes that a long-standing gripes I've had with the Dolphins training staff. I mean, that the guy's susceptible to hamstring injuries. Spend the offseason working with him. Get him on a fucking workout routine. Get the antagonist to protagonist muscles on the same level so you don't have as many of these tweaks and as many of these hamstring strains. And I just the fact that it reoccurred over and over and over and over, it was just very unfortunate for DVP and this team. I mean, to be honest, and the team. I mean, didn't we pick him in the second or third round?
First round, wasn't it?
Was he? Was he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
No way. I don't remember. Hold on, let me Google that. I don't remember. I mean, that was fucking back in 2015.
I hope that's not accurate. Because if that's accurate, that's another strike on the draft class. You get what I mean?
I'm pretty sure he was first round, bro.
Yep, first round in the 2015 draft.
Oh wow!
Taking it pick 14. 14.
Yeah, but that's going to be a different GM, right? That was that had to be
that was Tannenbaum. No, it was Tannenbaum. Yeah, Tannenbaum was actually, I believe, 2012 to 2015, and then I think that's when Hickey took over in 2016 and 17, and then that's 2017 is apparently, according to Greer, when he got his first actual pick. But yeah, that was quite some time ago. But yeah, I mean, you picked the 14th overall pick. I mean, again, he had all the fucking talent in the world, but it's kind of, and I hate to say it, it's reminiscent of a lot of Greer's picks. You got Austin Jackson, with yeah.
What was that?
Nah, he's good. You got Austin Jackson. What?
Nah, you're good. You're good, Bleezy. You're good. Okay. Go handle your business, bro. I was trying to text you. I didn't want to say it on air, but nah, you're good. But yeah, you with Chris Greer, you got Austin Jackson. You had Noah Igbenogany. You have all these guys that have all the physical talent, but then they don't end up panning out. And thankfully for us, at least, freaking Austin Jackson panned out for 1 year. Whether or not he's going to continue, I don't know. We can only hope for that. But, it's almost like you get these high draft picks, and some of them, they're based strictly on the measurable, strictly on the physical talent, but don't always pan out in football. And that's kind of the frustrating part. What do you think about that, Cap for Life?
No, I mean, look, as critical as I am about the front office and the direction we've been going, I mean, this offseason, like I said, I brought it up earlier on the panel of the Papa Paul had earlier about, Greer did his obligation in the draft, did his obligation in free agency, had enough wiggle room to, at least pay the rookies when it comes to the next couple of months. To the point where that narrative of us having to free up cap space to extend somebody just to free up cap space when it seems like we got a little bit of wiggle room to help us during the trade deadline. I just, at this point, he's been doing all right. It just, now you're in a situation where you did too good of a job. Now what are you going to do with the money? Are you going to roll it over next season? Are you going to use it for the trade deadline? Are you going to go all in and invest on something that the media is pushing for you to do, when in all fairness, you don't need to do anything at all, but just sit back and watch the team grow for the next year. But I get it. Pressure's a motherfucker, and, pressure either makes diamonds or busts pipes.
Yeah, ain't that the fucking truth? But I agree. No, but I agree to the extent of, once June 1st hits, you get that $18 million from Xavier Howard. Yeah, you're in a pretty good spot, but say with the limited number of draft picks, say it costs us $5-6 million to sign them. You got $12 million plus, if I remember correctly, after the OBJ thing, we had like $2.3 million in cap space. So you got around what? 18 minus 5 or 6. Let's go 6. That's 12. So you got like $14.5 million in cap space. Now, like you said, are you going to roll that over? Are you going to try to find you another possible safety in Justin Simmons? Are you going to try to use some of that money to possibly, extend, Javon Holland or Jalen Waddle or Javon Holland, and try to use that extra money now to help you benefit you next year? Or like you said, I mean, are you going to wait till the trade deadline? I don't know
Yeah,
because
let's put it like this, CT. You saw what happened in December last year, not the year before. Even though the year before we had more injuries in December, but last year in December we picked up how many guys off the street for that KC game? If we didn't have that leftover money, we wouldn't have did that. We would be more of a hole this past offseason. But to Greer's credit, we had enough to pick up Irving and who was the other guy we picked up off the streets to play against the Chiefs? Like
Melvin Ingram.
Houston. We picked up Houston and Irving.
I thought it was Melvin. I thought it was Melvin Ingram. I thought we picked up Ingram. I don't know.
Well, Ingram was the year before, but that also we had that room. We had that luxury because we had money saved over for the
Well, yeah, but you also got to understand both of those guys were on the fucking street. It's not like they cost us an arm and a leg. They played for the veteran minimum. You know what I mean?
Irving too. You're right. We did sign Irving twice. You're right.
Yeah, and then
Ingram. We signed him twice. Right?
Yeah, but the thing is again, they were veteran minimums though, and so it's not like you were busting the bank.
But you're saying right now after June 1st, it's going to be at least let's just say 20 to 18. Let's just be generous.
Well, that's highly generous though, because 18 we were at 2.3.
Let's just put it like this. That'd be 3 or 4 contracts less.
Yeah, exactly. And Green Rat keeps on saying Tannehill, damn it. What do you think about that? We talked about it on the show a couple weeks back, but now all of a sudden, apparently somebody on Twitter was out there talking about it, and so.
Look. At this point in time, CT, we've named so many names in the draft. Everybody kept saying no. We've named so many names in free agency. Baker was one of them. Nobody wanted Baker. Now look at Baker. Got paid. All I'm saying is we keep naming names. Everybody says no. Now if we say Tannehill, you guys are going to say no, too. It's like either way, you're going to say no to everybody unless this guy gets signed. I mean, unless this guy gets paid, you're going to say no to everybody. So at this point, what's the use of saying next man up off the streets when everybody's going to turn him down anyway?
Yeah, and see now the Baker thing, that's a completely different story because what was Baker's contract when he did get signed?
Oh, it was peanuts. But my point is when he was a free agent, nobody wanted him.
See, and that's kind of my thing is I'm not against the signing of Tannehill. I actually kind of like it. I think, experience-wise, being, a veteran and whatnot, I'm not against it. The issue is how much are you going to have to pay him? That's kind of my question is,
even if he took $1 million like Russell Wilson did, I wouldn't say nobody, but the majority of the fan base that is on board with the other narrative is not going to want Tannehill here. You know that.
And that's the ignorant part of that fan base is, I'm not saying that Tannehill's going to come be the starter, but Tannehill is sure as fuck better than Skyler and Mike White. That's for damn sure.
That's what people are complaining about Skyler. Well, if you don't want Skyler, you want to cut Skyler, you're still going to have one quarterback left. Are you going to trust to have one quarterback with a quarterback who's been healthy one season throughout his football career? That's another gamble. That's another conversation to have later. But if you're willing to do that, that's fine. But if you're going to go into camp with one quarterback and you don't want Skyler Thompson, either make up your mind you don't want him or you want him, because it sounds like everybody wants Skyler now.
And I don't, and the reason why I really think this, it's not an indictment on Skyler, but you came out your rookie year, you played halfway decent for a rookie, put in the position you were put in, right? Now, since then, we picked up another guy from New York and Mike White, who came in and made $6.5 million last year. So obviously you weren't going to play over him. But the fact that they brought him in over you and played him over you does say something from the Dolphins organization about their belief in his ability to continue to develop. And
look, I like Mike White, but I'm going to ask you again, do you trust Mike White being the only quarterback backing up our quarterback the remainder of the season?
Well, that's what I was saying is no. And I think that in that sense, though, here's the thing. If you're going to go and pay Tannehill, say he wants, I don't know, $3 or $4 million, right? If you could get out of the Mike White contract, and I don't know if he has any guaranteed money left or what that circumstances are, I would rather say, okay, if you're paying Skyler peanuts, go ahead and fucking get rid of Mike White, bring in Tannehill, have Tannehill as the backup, and have Skyler as Thompson as your emergency. I'm okay with that. I wouldn't be upset with that. I wouldn't be opposed to that if the money's right. But I still kind of last year paying freaking Mike White $6.5 million. Even the times he did play in mop up duty and whatnot, he didn't play very well, and I don't think it was worth $6.5 million.
But you get what I'm saying? Like, we don't want to pay what we want to pay, even though we. But do you understand? If we end up overpaying, we're going to end up setting that market as well, as opposed to setting the market for backup quarterbacks too. Like, if you think that we overpaid for Mike White $6 million, imagine next year. And if everybody doesn't like what they did with Burrow and with Herbert and with Jackson, then stop. Then why don't we just stop that type of trend setting? Let's just stop that trend setting. If we don't like that type of payment, the Dolphins are not obligated now.
So you're saying, as far as setting the trend for overpaying backup quarterbacks?
Yeah, backup quarterbacks, wide receivers, defensive ends. Like, we're always known to overpay on premium positions because we're setting the market.
Yeah, and I agree. Well, that's on Chris Greer. That's on Chris Greer.
I'm just saying, like, if it's not working in our favor, I mean, at this point in time, what makes you think it's going to work overpaying now? I mean, I keep hearing the excuse it's going to help free up cap. All right, that's fine. But if you say you don't want a third string quarterback, you really want to go into the season with one backup only?
Yeah, no, I was just saying, say you signed Tannehill for $2 or $3 million, and you could get out of the Mike White contract, and that saves you $3.5 million.
Yeah, I mean,
why the fuck not?
You could probably, if push comes to shove, you could do that either now or during the trade deadline. If let's say, knock on wood, Tua does get hurt and something happens to Mike White. I mean, you want that type of luxury to have, because you saw what happened 2 years ago and you saw what happened last year. 2 years ago was the quarterback. Last year was basically the whole team.
Yeah, and that's kind of where but the thing is, though, even in the opportunities Mike White was given to play in the regular season last year, mop-up duty, it wasn't very good, brother. The only fucking good play I can remember was him hitting what's his name on the touchdown at the end of the Denver game, and that's about it.
Yeah, like, but let's be honest.
I remember 2 pick sixes, a fumble, another interception, and 2 or 3 wide open misses. So, I mean, the dude didn't play great. And if you can find it was Robbie Anderson chosen. Yeah. And if you can get a guy who's much more experienced than Tannehill and save $3 million, I'm all for it. You still got your 3 QBs. You got Tua, Tannehill, and Skyler. Now, I mean, I'm not particularly impressed with Skyler either, given, the circumstances, but the dude has 2 years under Mike McDaniel's system going into his 3rd year. I mean, I don't really think that you're going to get a better replacement per se in a 3rd string quarterback coming into a, as complicated of a system as, apparently Mike McDaniel runs. But if you save that $3 million, I'm down with that. I mean, who's to say that, though? Here's my thing, and we talked about this a couple weeks ago. Last time you were on, Cap, is what happens at the trade deadline if Chop Robinson is balling out? and you could fucking trade Bradley Chubb. Well, then it wouldn't be necessary.
You have that option.
Exactly. And so, maybe you don't even have to save that money for the trade deadline, because if you're getting fucking Bradley Chubb's contract off the books, you can trade for another guy and have money to do it.
That would be the ultimate, saving grace if that would work out. But let's just look at the past history.
Yeah, I mean, the ultimate saving grace would be that, and that if you can get a guy a la, we all know we're not paying Tyreek the $45 million that he's supposed to get, not this year but next year. If you could get a guy like freaking Chop Robinson to pan out, and you can get a guy, like Malik Washington that can take over in that slot role and allow Waddle to move outside and take Tyreek's spot, that saves you a shit ton of money too.
Yeah, I mean, there's tons of ways of moving money around now, or to figure out how much you want to invest if you need to invest. But I mean, for me, it's like you say, if we're willing to invest all this on a franchise quarterback, I mean, you either have to get rid of your backup quarterback to compensate the confidence you have. And if that's the confidence you're willing to have with a quarterback who's been healthy one time out of his football career, you better hope and pray that you have an alternative contingency plan if that doesn't work. And if Mike White is that plan, that's you got $8 million already invested.
Yeah. Todd, what's going on, brother?
Todd.
We can't hear you, Todd. Oh. You there, Todd?
He's still shocked about Trevor Lawrence getting the bag.
Yeah. But no, just to finish up on that point real quick, Cap, the thing is in all reality, whether you're going to sign Tua to an extension or not has nothing to do with the money you've already allocated this year to Mike White. So that's not going to change this year.
I get that, CT, but everybody's so quick and adamant to say we don't need 3 quarterbacks. Let's just keep one. All right, if you want to keep one, you better hope and pray you're picking the right one.
What do you mean by that?
Being that if you don't trust Skyler, that means you're trusting Mike White. And if you trust Mike White on 1 year, he's out of here after 1 year. And if Tua gets hurt in that 1 year, then you really have a problem.
Well, that's the point of signing Tannehill now. If you can sign Tannehill this offseason, Tannehill becomes your number 2, and it makes Mike White expendable. You get what I mean?
Yeah, that would be a PR nightmare. As much as it makes sense for us, it would be such a PR nightmare.
Oh yeah. I mean, the people who hated Tannehill while he was here, that would absolutely cause a fucking storm for sure. Real quick, 124 y'all in the room. I know all of you guys aren't on YouTube. I'm sure most of you guys on Twitter, Twitch, and all that. Come on over to YouTube, smash that like button, hit subscribe if you haven't. Hit that notification bell. We're here every Monday night, 8:30 sharp. We do impromptu shows throughout the week. We've been killing it lately. We've been doing 5-6 shows a week. So let's get it. But yeah, and I understand what you're saying. I think that at the end of the day, if it benefits the team overall, why would you be opposed to it as a Dolphins fan? What's going on, Todd? If it makes sense, if the numbers make sense, why wouldn't you do it? But go ahead, Todd. What's going on, brother?
What are y'all talking about?
Oh, anything and everything. We talked about Tua showing up the first day of phase 3 of OTAs. Yeah. We talked about the possibility. You remember a couple weeks ago, Todd, we talked about it would be ironic if Tannehill came back to play for the Dolphins. Now, apparently, somebody on Twitter was saying that we should totally pick up Tannehill and get rid of Mike White's contract, seeing as we gave him $6.5 million last year. We don't know exactly what his contract's like this year, but
y'all were talking. The only thing I heard was when you were talking about players leaving the book. Chubb gone, possibly. If what's his name worked out.
Yeah. Oh, so what we were getting at with that is we
Did
all
y'all
know
mention,
that.
Did y'all mention another big name coming off the books?
Who's that?
Armstead.
Well, yes and no, because if he retires, we still have to pay his guaranteed money. Now he will lose.
Remember, they redid his contract, so now he did it. So he's off. He's going to be off our books after this year, most likely.
I don't know how that worked. I'd have to go and relook at that because
they redid it because he says he wanted to be fair to the team.
Yeah, I don't remember that. We'll have to go back and relook at that one. But we were just kind of in that scenario. What we were talking about is if you did bring in Tannehill, you say you sign him for $2 or $3 million, you save $3.5 million by letting go of Mike White. You got Tannehill, you got Skylar Thompson. Both of them disappointed last year and the year before.
Yeah, they disappointed, but you know what? I don't want Tannehill in this offense.
Well, I did mention again, he has no fucking pocket presence. His accuracy on deep balls is better, but not so much in the intermediate and short game. But
since when has he ever made quick decisions?
I mean,
when he got to the AFC Championship game,
he never made quick decisions. This offense is not set up for him.
I get that, but Todd, how many quarterbacks are we going to say don't fit this system? We've mentioned so many quarterbacks coming out of the draft. We mentioned so many free agent quarterbacks.
No, and I agree with you.
The fan base going to be content with somebody that's going to back this guy up if he does get hurt?
I agree with you, but he will not. No, he's led the league in sacks, even with having a running game in one of the best O lines.
I get that.
I agree with that, but I was more. Yeah, but my thing was, Todd, what I was saying is as far as experience is concerned, you would think that the edge would go to Tannehill in that aspect. Now, learning a complicated system, obviously, like Mike McDaniel has, is going to be an issue thereof. But being an experienced quarterback, he has a better chance than other quarterbacks who are younger, or for that matter, at a third string quarterback pay rate.
I want to see who gets cut coming up. I want to see who gets cut.
Let's be honest. What's the difference between Gase's running gun between that and McDaniel's running gun?
It's a lot shorter, a lot quicker, and you got to be accurate on those short passes, and you got to be quick getting the ball out. That's the big thing.
So wasn't he accurate throwing the ball to Jakeem Grant when Jakeem Grant was giving deuces when he was high-fiving freaking Albert Wilson?
Yeah, but the thing is even with that though, I mean, yeah, you don't necessarily have to be perfect on the accuracy in Gase's run and gun. I think that Gase had a lot more space oriented in his scheme, whereas we use the spacing, but we use the spacing in a horizontal aspect, not a vertical aspect, because again, we use Tyreek in the vertical, Robbie, Anderson and all of that. We use the speed guys, on the go routes, but then you have a post route underneath and then you have a crosser underneath that. And that's really, I guess, the basis of Mike McDaniel's fucking offense. And that's because they're trying to use their speed to stretch horizontally. They want to take away the deep safety, and the, cover two or the single high, so that they then can use the horizontal speed to beat guys. Whereas I think Adam Gase, it was the opposite, that Adam Gase wanted to hit the vertical down the field throws. He used the underneath shit as his last resort, where Mike McDaniel seems to use his speed advantage in the intermediate and short areas. And then occasionally when, linebackers or safeties try to cheat underneath, they get a shot down the field, and Tua is able to make it a la Tyreek, a la Waddle and shit going down the field. Whereas Adam Gase always wanted that fucking deep throw. I mean, how many times, what was his name? Who did we bring in with Adam Gase? Crazy dude, Brandon Marshall. He just wanted a fucking big body wide receiver to run down the field and be able to chuck it up to. And I don't think that Mike McDaniel just doesn't really care for that.
Hey, I tell you what, I don't know. I don't think we have a receiver on our team to replace Tyreek yet.
I think we do. I think Waddle does. We just have to have a Malik Washington be able to step up in the slot.
Okay. Now I have an issue with that. If you're telling me that we don't have a contingency plan for when Cheetah leaves, that means we whiffed on Penei Sewell also, and that's another whiff.
Well, that's your boy Chris Greer.
Here's the thing. Waddle can replace him. I can go with that, but we don't have the speed for the other side to keep doing what he wants to do. So there's going to have to be some changes.
Well, that's what I was trying to say, though, is say you have Malik Washington and he's fast enough in the slot to help you there, but you need somebody on the outside. Whereas,
how much again, do you guys want? You just picked up OBJ.
No, see, but that's the thing, though.
OBJ's only going to be here this year.
And on top of that,
be out of football next year.
OBJ is actually really what we fucking needed is a bigger bodied guy who also has speed and the ability to catch. The thing is, excuse me, that's something that, again, I've been clamoring for is a big bodied wide receiver where everybody says, oh, well, Tua doesn't have an outlet for this and whatever. Well, when you fucking make your check downs across body, well, if you have a guy like Devontae Parker or a guy who plays in that same stead, Tua has the ability with back shoulder throws. He has the ability with the timing routes on the fucking, 9 routes, the C routes. Those things, bro, he was eating people up with that shit with Parker. When Parker was coming across with the slants and the fucking posts. Like, that's what I think that OBJ is going to be used more in that aspect. But beyond this year, you're not going to have OBJ. So you have to have somebody to replace that physical wide receiver.
Speaking of Parker, he called it quits today.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. And I mean, I don't blame him. I mean, he's 31 years old. He was drafted in 2015. He's 31 years old.
I don't know if he's gonna if OBJ's gonna even I hope he finishes the season, but I don't see him here I don't see him playing football next year.
I don't see him finishing the season, Todd. I'm with you.
No, there's a whole different reason why. There's a whole different reason why.
Green Rat says, I don't care. He says our running backs will play wide receiver.
I agree with that too.
Hey, but do you know the reason? Have you heard of those rumors that are out there?
Which ones? Because there's a bunch.
Well, we all know Diddy's going to jail, right?
Yeah.
He's in Diddy's claims.
Oh yeah, but if OBJ personally hasn't done shit, then it doesn't matter.
There's video footage basically of supposedly Justin Bieber's face in OBJ's lap.
Yeah, but Todd, by the way, I'm back. That was that video came out 5 years ago, and it just started resurfacing.
Yeah, but he pulled into the Diddy thing. That's going to be a bad thing.
Yeah. Now, listen, man. I've seen that video. Whatever, man. They were probably doing a few lines of coke or whatnot. I don't know, but I mean, it's a lot of conjecture. But I'm
just saying it could get very bad if he's in those records.
Yeah. Now
that would be so typical Miami Dolphins.
wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
Fuck.
I mean, just like we were talking about earlier. I mean,
Hey,
the
hold
fact
on.
that we
had
got the
offensive-
Tua shit this year, we had the
we had the
Tyreek fucking.
We already have a coach passed with the offensive lineman, our offensive line coach.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Forrester. Yep. We had the, snoring coke off strippers' titties and shit. And, I get it. But, we had the Marina incident last offseason. What, Tyreek? We had the Christian Wilkins shit going on. We had the Zach Sealer shit going on. This year, it's
we've had 4 NFL investigations in 4 years. That's on whose watch?
Greer. Because you can't blame Stephen Ross for somebody, an offensive line coach,
Who we
fucking
blaming for
snorting
Bullygate?
coke.
And Bullygate was more than 4 years ago. Who are we blaming for that?
Again, you got to blame the coaches. I mean, now again, when it comes to Ross, we can absolutely blame him for the tampering thing and whatever. Look, when you do that shit in real estate and you make backdoor deals and whatever, that's one thing. But in the NFL, it's not the same thing. And okay, you chalk it up. You got caught. Everybody fucking does it. You got your hand caught in the cookie jar. So be it. You fucking take your fucking licks. You move the fuck on. Now, it's ironic to me that, again, that Robert Kraft, can get caught fucking, in a sex trafficking ring and shit, but nothing happens to his ass.
Right.
But, it is what it is. But at the end of the day, you got to blame the coaches for things that happen with things inside the building. The Chris Forrester thing, absolutely on who was it? Adam Gase. So, bro, Adam Gase didn't really fucking care.
I think Forrester wasn't he the first year of what's his name?
Nah, Forrester was here with Adam Gase because we were making the jokes about Adam Gase was snorting fucking coke with him. It wasn't smelling salts in the video that he was snorting Forrester's cocaine. But yeah, Forrester was here during Adam Gase.
He goes on to Kansas City, and he's one of the better offensive line coaches still.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What is going on, MCJB in the building? What's up, brother?
What's going on? How are you? What's going
how's
on?
Orlando? Happy birthday, and how's Orlando, my friend?
Orlando's treating me very well, thank you. And
happy birthday, fucker.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It was yesterday, but thank you.
Oh, shit. My bad.
It's okay. You didn't know.
What's going on? Spidey in the building, too. What's going on? He said putting that ring finger in the pink, baby. Let's get it. What's going on?
Te está poniendo gordo.
Hey. Que la que hay, papi.
So what's going on? What do you guys boys? What do you boys think's going on, man? We've been talking a little bit of Tua showing up for phase 3. So obviously he's not holding out, nor is he holding in.
Because they're making an effort to put a deal for him, and that's why.
Let's
my bad, bro. I had the YouTube going.
Let's just bring on the cards on the table. We got 6 guys here. I think all 6 guys are going to agree. This is a hold-in. This is not a holdout.
I don't think it's a hold-in either because by all reports, he fully participated in everything, including team activities.
He has no choice, CT.
No,
what do you mean he has no choice? Bro, just like Rosenhaus said on the fucking stint on ESPN today, he said the only way that a reputable freaking agent allows their player to not hold in and or hold out is if the deal is close enough, the sides are close enough that the representative or the agent feels like they can get a deal done. So obviously there's no huge chasm. There's no huge chasm that's fucking, there. And he also said that, again, in the same situation, Tua wanting to avoid injury and all of that, yada, 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 that obviously they're not very far apart. They're not very far apart. Because obviously I feel like it has to do with the fact that Goff got that contract. Goff got that contract. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying they're far apart. It's not as close as what people think it is.
I agree.
I don't necessarily agree with that because even Rosenhaus himself said Tua has all the leverage here. Why?
Right.
If you create a discontented quarterback, he holds out, and you're looking for another quarterback, right?
Well, just because he
Or-
has the leverage
or-
doesn't mean they're
So
not falling far
nobody
apart.
doesn't like a happy quarter. Nobody likes an unhappy quarterback. That's what I heard Rosenhaus say this morning, or
Yeah,
whenever he
exactly.
did that interview.
Yeah, it was this morning. And the second part of that is he said, though, so even if Tua decides not to hold out, but you don't give it or you don't get a contract done, what happens next year when he balls out and he goes, fuck you, instead of you paying me, I'm going to nickel and dime you like you're trying to nickel and dime me this year, a la Christian Wilkins, where he's going to go,
So what
I'm going to
happens if
go
that
to the
doesn't
highest
work?
bidder. Hold on, Cap. That Tua's going to go, I'm going to go to the highest bidder regardless. So now you're going to be looking for a new quarterback anyway. So,
Well,
So
we
what
can-
happens
either
if
which
that doesn't
way.
work?
We
So
can
what
still
happens
throw
if that doesn't work? If that doesn't work, then Greer will be a genius. So let's just let it play out. But nobody wants to let it play out. They want to pay prematurely. You're going to get what you get when you pay prematurely.
Yeah, and you also, again,
Everybody's complaining about
as
the Herbert
Amicus has
contract.
said,
Everybody's complaining about the Burrow contract. Everybody's complaining about the Jackson contract. But you're willing to overpay for our quarterback. It's very hypocritical.
well,
Overpaid.
I don't disagree that they're all overpaid. But what I'm saying is hold on real quick, Todd, is what I was trying to convey
Spidey is
is
backstage.
if you're not going to pay him this year, if you have to pay him next year a premium when he does ball out, if that
I'd rather
creates
pay for the
more
premium.
issue, and well, that's the thing is
We have a
then
billionaire owner.
Yeah, Cap. I've been saying all week, man, that the Dolphins, they don't mind paying a premium if they know that they're getting a great product, right?
Yeah.
It's the fear, the buyer's remorse of paying a premium and you really don't know and you make a mistake. So that's where I think they are right now.
The fear over doubt has always come back to bite us in the ass, even if we do compensate and do pay the market. So either way, it's okay. If we do that, it's still going to be the same outcome, in my opinion.
Hey, I got a message to Chris Greer. Look at that, Abby.
say
You know
again.
what?
I said, look at my Abby. I got a message
there you
for Chris
go.
Greer.
There you go. Happy
Hey,
Hey,
feet,
Chris Greer,
baby.
if you're watching,
Happy
if you
feet.
watch
Let's
him,
go.
if you watching Mr. Greer, look at the sign. That's all I gotta say. Please don't keep dragging your feet. Don't keep dragging your feet, please.
Here's what I think.
He said, do a happy feet, do the happy dance, and pay Tua, baby.
I think he gave a soft message this past weekend, right? But Tua's not the type of guy he doesn't like being in this type of thing. So I think he wants to be there for his team. So I think what happened is he sent a message, probably based on the agent's advice. He sent a small message, and now he's with the team, still being a team player, and they're dealing with the negotiations while this is happening. But make no mistake, I think they're far apart, and I just think Tua is saying, hey, I want to put in the work with my teammates, but just know where I stand while this is happening.
Now, I could agree with that to an extent, though. It's like Rosenhaus said, though. If they're far enough apart, even Rosenhaus himself said, I'm not going to voluntarily or tell my player to voluntarily go work out and risk injury without a long-term deal in place. So that's the question, is maybe they're off by $5 or $6 million a year, but it's not like the Dolphins are trying to say, oh, we'll only pay you 45 and you're asking for 55.
Well, if he puts him in that 50 million range, the guaranteed money becomes more of a factor. And I don't think the Dolphins want to really go into that guaranteed aspect, because if they do, that means they're going to have to get it out in 2 years and the agent knows they're not going to want it out in 2 years. They're going to want more than 2 years.
So, Cap,
And I agree with Cap. Yeah, I agree with Cap.
I kind of agree.
May I say something in the Cap?
Go ahead.
Because he didn't hear me the other day when I mentioned this. But Cap, why not split the difference? Why not make him the highest paid quarterback per year, but just lower the guaranteed money?
So then why don't we just do this? I'll even double down on this. Why don't we just do the franchise tag both years, and you can have more than just getting the contract that you're getting now, just like they did Kirk Cousins.
Because in that same aspect, by giving him the franchise tag,
26
that money
plus
is
46 is more than 51.
Yes, but it's also fully guaranteed.
Yeah.
Whereas
Yeah,
if
but I
you
don't think the
extend
Dolphins wanna
him,
do the fully
if you
guaranteed route, 'cause
extend
if they do
him,
the fully guaranteed route, they're going to have to tell them, look, if you're going to get fully guaranteed, we're going to want it out after 2 years, not 3.
yeah, but here's my thing: it's not about the fully. I think you're missing what we're trying to say is
No, everybody keeps
if
telling
you
me it's the fully
franchise
guaranteed.
tag him,
No. Everybody keeps telling me it's the fully guaranteed that matters, right?
yes,
Mhm.
yes.
No,
But what I'm
that's what I'm
saying is,
saying.
if
The
you
years
tag
matter
him,
also.
if you
The
tag
years matter
him,
also.
Hey, one at a time,
if
bro.
you
One at a
tag
time.
him, if you tag him, the complete contract each year is fully guaranteed. Now, if you sign him to a 4-year extension, even if you want to out in year 3, which is what we talked about a few weeks ago, even Doc Brown came on and we were talking about it. It's beneficial to both sides to have a 4-year deal. It would be beneficial to athletes first, as far as Tua, to have that 3rd year out. And here's why. Because number one, it's good for the team. You have the 3rd year out, but also you have the benefit for Tua, because if you have that 3rd year out, you have the ability to force them to renegotiate in that 3rd year, knowing that the 4th year has ungodly amount of guaranteed money. So the thing is if you extend him, and even if you give him 2 years of decent guaranteed money, you get no guaranteed money in the 3rd year, but the 4th year, you have a shit ton of guaranteed money. If Tua balls out over the next 3 years, then he is able to force the Dolphins back to the negotiation table, knowing that they're not going to pay the absurd amount of guaranteed money in that 4th year, which is very similar to the argument we're having about Tyreek, when Tyreek would be guaranteed $45 million, not this year, but next year. Do you think that fucking Tyreek is going to make $45 million guaranteed 2 years from now? Hell no.
No, he's done next year.
Exactly.
But here's the thing, CT, real quick. It isn't the problem with his contract that maybe why he's unhappy is because maybe Chris Greer is offering him an incentive-based contract because of his health, right?
Well, that could be part of that problem, but part of the problem for the Dolphins in that aspect is if you give him an incentive-laden contract and he hits all these incentives, then the year that he actually reaches those incentives, you are required to pay that money on your.
I'd rather take that gamble.
Well, then you also have to understand that if that's the case and Tua starts balling out, are you then going to have the money to put pieces around him? That's the question.
I'm going to tell you like everybody tells me. I'm going to tell you like everybody tells me to answer that question. It's Stephen Ross's money, not mine.
Cash rules everything around me. I was gonna make fun of that, but yeah, bro. I think the problem is that I think that Tua wants the guaranteed money up front because he's already proven the past 2 years that he played 17 games last year, right? When we say he couldn't, he almost retired.
He's proven to me in the past 2 seasons he was 1 game away from 2 collapses. If freaking the kicker and Skyler didn't save his ass in that Jets game. Let's be real.
Yeah, and we can also be real.
What Jets game? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? What Jets game?
You're talking about 2 years making the playoffs. In those 2 years, we almost lost and had 2 collapses in those 2 years. If freaking Sanders and Skyler didn't save our ass in week 16 versus the Jets.
I don't think Skyler did enough, but the reason why we won that game was because of the kicker, right? Jason Sanders.
Yeah,
and number
right,
2, you can say the same thing, Cap. You can say the same thing. If Tua didn't have the performances that he did against the Ravens and the Lions, and the clutch performance against Buffalo, we wouldn't be anywhere near those playoffs. So in a way,
that's
Tua played
fine,
a
but
heavy
Urban, but where's the
influence why we
division
made
then?
the playoffs.
Where's the division then? Where's the conference
But,
titles?
but
Where's the division
I'm not
titles?
arguing. But I'm not arguing from Tua's perspective. I'm arguing from. Well, I'm not arguing. I'm not making my case for defending Tua. I'm just trying to see it through the lenses of Tua, right? To Tua's perspective. Like, listen, Greer, I want more money up front in terms of my signing bonus, in terms of my my guaranteed money, my base salary, etc. Right? Because I've proven that I can stay healthy playing 17 games. I've reached Pro Bowl level. I've been top 5 to top 10 in nearly every statistical category
You proved
that
that
a
you can
quarterback
stay
has in the
healthy, and you
NFL.
had the worst collapse in franchise history, staying healthy
Yeah,
in
but
December.
that's more of a Greer thing, but that's not the case here, right?
You're drafting him.
This quarterback, listen, this
Bro,
quarterback
that for life. Are you gonna say that you think that Tua, even being healthy at the end of the year, that literally from week 5 to the end of the year, his fucking offensive line was fucking a revolving door of shit? Then you add on the
especially in the
fact that you
interior.
have injuries to wide receivers, injuries to your fucking starting running
True.
backs.
2022, we had more injuries in December as opposed to last season. That's
Yeah,
statistically factually true.
and that's statistically factual. But the problem with that is the actual players that got injured and the
offense
times
was
in
healthy
which
last
they
year in
got
December.
injured. And
Absolutely.
again, the offense was not fucking healthy in December, bro. Tyreek
The
fucking
quarterback
missed
was
2
healthy.
games. Fucking yeah, again. And you're missing your starting running back, your backup running back, your starting wide receiver, and okay, you got Jalen Waddle playing on one gimp ass fucking leg. Then he comes back and he comes back healthy, but then Tyreek is going out. You have no number 3 wide receiver. Your offensive line is in shambles since you lost Isaiah Wynn. Then you lose Connor Williams. Then you have Robert Hunt out for a 4-game stretch one time, comes back, plays a quarter and a half, then misses another 4 fucking games. Austin Jackson, Austin Jackson finally stayed healthy for 1 year.
You're answering Urban's question too. I think you're answering pretty much that we should have some type of contingency for the trade deadline. You're mentioning a whole bunch of injuries, and the only reason we had some type of help is because we had that cushion. So you're making my point. We're not going to have all this cushion if we end up paying the back.
But I think what CT's trying to say,
I don't
that
know what cushion you're talking about when you're signing guys off the fucking street. It's not like you went and traded for.
But real quick, what I wanted to say is, like, listen. What CT's trying to say, that there are a reason for that collapse that were out of Tua's control, whether it be Mike McDaniel's play calling situationally, having problems getting plays out in time, the injuries to your receivers, your revolving door of the offensive line. How can Tua be responsible? How can you hold that against Tua? And I get it. He hasn't performed at his best late in the season. I get it. He has to do certain things in terms of improving his game, working on certain things on his game that he can control to make himself better at that point of the season. And that's fine. We can all hold that, in terms of guaranteed money. Like, when it comes to the question of how much guaranteed money we want to pay him compared to the top quarterbacks, the upper echelon quarterbacks in the league, yeah, he has to prove that he can win in the playoffs and be successful and find a way to, elevate those around him and overcome some of the weaknesses around the team, a la injuries. Sure, that's where the guaranteed money comes into question, how much you want to pay him. But at the same time, like Tua, listen, this has been 2 straight seasons that I have been consistently one of the most efficient quarterbacks in the league, right? I've been consistently one of the best deep ball. Yes, because if you look at all the statistics, yes, Tua has been the most efficient quarterback in the league.
Consistently and accurately are 2 different things, bro. Please do not get them confused.
Again, I'm just taking this from a broad context.
Being consistent are 2 different things. Being consistent means you're playing all 17 games in 2 years.
But when you look at it from a broad perspective, right, from a wide perspective, when you look at it from a macro perspective, when you look at it from a macro perspective, Tua has been, again,
that's kind of the problem, Cap for Life, is you don't want to overanalyze it, but you have to take into account
the fact the reason this team is in the problem they're in now, for overthinking.
See, but I don't. No, it's Greer fucking overpaying overpriced veterans instead of fucking drafting fucking young talent.
Do you know, Cap for Life? Do you know that Tua is the only Pro Bowler that Greer has drafted since he took over as general manager full time?
Wait, look, no. You were saying wait. You were saying that the coach has fault in this, and you want to say that what the coach didn't overthink things at certain times, like you guys said.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You're trying to hold to his performance.
I will give you that McDaniel does overthink things, but you guys wanted a new coach.
No, that's not what I'm trying to say.
I didn't say that.
I don't know where.
Said he needs to fucking start fucking.
Listen, I'm not. Listen, but what I'm trying to say is from Tua's perspective, I want my money. I want to get paid. I want to get paid like the top 10 quarterbacks in the league. Why? Because
I don't want to lose a 5-game lead in the division.
That's more of a team thing. Listen, Cap, that's more of a team thing. There's certain things that Tua cannot control. Can Tua fucking control where Tyreek drops balls in big games and drop big touchdowns like he did against the Eagles? Does Tua control how when he dropped 3 crucial passes against the fucking Bills? Are you kidding me?
You know, Claypool drops a fucking touchdown in the end zone that wins us that
when
game.
He runs a horrible route, and I get it, Tua should have not thrown that interception.
It was 11 interceptions and 10 fumbles in December. That's on who?
Again, but you could add context to it. Maybe the center made bad snaps. Maybe it's on the center.
Oh God.
Like you can maybe the center, maybe Liam Eichenberg never being a center, and maybe some of the bad snaps were him instead of Tua.
Yeah, okay.
Cap, look, I understand you're upset, bro. We were frustrated. We haven't won a fucking playoff game in over 24 years. I get it. You're not wrong in the way you feel. But all I'm saying is Tua.
I think you're getting me confused, Irving. I'm not saying don't pay the man because, look, let's be honest. Everybody in his draft class is getting paid, and it's going to make the Dolphins look very bad if we don't pay him. So I understand
but I'm not saying that.
All I'm saying is don't prematurely invest in something that you don't need to invest in. You're prematurely investing in something that you don't need to invest in when you have 2 more years of him under contract.
Well, you have one more year. He's a free agent next year.
Yeah, you can franchise tag him, but then
generous with 2 years because it's actually 1. You're right, but I'm being generous.
But here's from Tua's perspective. Greer has asked him, okay, can you be a consistently top 5, top 10 quarterback? Can you be productive? Can you put the team on your shoulders when you need to? Can you stay healthy? And he's done that for 2 straight seasons, right?
He did it against the Cowboys, and then after that, it disappeared. So it's not consistently like you say it is.
Again, but that's where the context matters. Of again, when you have
that's where the context matters. Don't say consistently when it was only the Dallas game and he disappeared the whole December.
But has he been more consistent this season, these past 2 years compared to the first 2? Has he been more consistent?
No.
Oh, okay.
I just told you the worst collapse in franchise history.
Listen. Tua has led the league in passing. Tua has led the league in passer rating, passing yards,
so did Sam
top 5
Howell,
nearly every single category. He's been an MVP conversation he's been an MVP finalist for 2 straight seasons.
Cap for life. Hold on.
Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
No, real quick. And he was named the starting quarterback for the Pro Bowl. Like, listen, he's done everything that he needed to do and more.
You and I both know the Pro Bowl is a joke now. Come on, Irving.
I agree with you on that, Cap for Life. But I will say this, Cap for Life. The problem is you're right. The context does matter. And again, even if he has an increased stats, you brought up Jared Goff. Well, if Jared Goff has a worse win-loss record than Tua Tagovailoa, and on top of that, he went to the
Super Bowl and the championship game twice.
Exactly, and guess what? And again, you're right. With 2 teams that had a fucking offensive line and a run game built around them. Just like every quarterback, everybody needs a quarterback with weapons. And again, this is why I'm trying to tell you, if you would fucking listen for 1 second, is again, our offensive line losing Isaiah Wynn in week 5. Losing Connor Williams. We played 8 games without Robert Hunt. So again, you have no Mostert. He's been in and out. Chris Brooks get injured. What's his name? Jeff Wilson Jr. gets injured. Achane gets injured. Tyreek is injured and missed games. Waddle's injured and missed games. So again, if your offense is built around an ability to do a certain thing and you're missing multiple guys that prevent you from doing said certain thing, then you can't blame it all on the quarterback. There are absolutely times where Tua throws dumbass fucking interceptions. There's absolutely fucking times where Tua runs the ball and whatever, it gets poked out or whatever the fucking case may be. But again, that doesn't mean that the large majority of everything that fucking happens is on Tua. Those games were dictated by not only the offense's inability to produce, but so is the defense.
CT, you're right. I'm just trying to tell you that unfortunately and coincidentally enough, all that has happened on his watch.
Yeah, that and in the fucking and at the end of the season, where this is where I brought up this point to bring it around, Cap, is you know that these December struggles have been going on for 14 years.
Yeah, I know. That's a good thing.
December struggles have been going on for 14 years.
So have the offensive line excuses.
Oh, anyways, listen, Cap. All I'm trying to say is
the whole point is, Cap, this team has had collapses at the end of the year. Fucking 10 years before Tua was the Dolphins quarterback. Was it Tua's fault then when they didn't fucking make the Super Bowl or whatever, even when he wasn't playing NFL football? No, it's not. So it's not all on Tua. That's
fault.
The whole
I'm not
point.
saying that, but it comes with the territory.
My point is,
it comes with the territory.
I agree it comes with the territory. You're going to get the fucking blame and you're going to get the fucking elation. But then when Tua doesn't get the elation, who do they give it to? They give it to Tyreek, or they give it to Mostert, or they give it to Waddle. So the whole point is again, that when Tua does well, it's because he has weapons. But then when Tua does bad, it's not because he didn't have weapons. It's because of Tua. You can't. The logic can't be both ways.
Exactly. And the thing is, but CT, but the reason why I bring up the numbers and all the statistics and the Pro Bowls and all that fucking shit is because the agents are gonna fucking point that out to help Tua get more guaranteed money from Chris Grier. It's just that Chris Grier has this fucking tendency of fucking lowballing people. And players kind of take that as kind of disrespectful because that's
at this point in time. Look, at this point in time,
players. Number two,
I agree. At this point in time, look, he's done it before. He's done it before, and that's fine. We can all agree paying Mike Gesicki was wrong. But now look, he needs to hold his ground, bro. Because if not, we will become a mockery.
We were a mockery a long time ago when we traded for Bradley Chubb and paid all that money and Tyreek Hill and
CT. But all I'm trying to say is like when I bring up these points, the agents are going to be pointing that out to help Tua get more guaranteed money. Yeah, but that's all I'm saying. That's how the agents operate. Those
numbers are irrelevant if I'm the agent. If I'm the agent, those numbers are going to help me.
Not to the agent, Cap, for life. Let's think about it in reality. That's how they help their clients. That's how they help their clients get more guaranteed money.
So tell me, how did it work out with Dalvin Cook when everybody kept saying Dalvin Cook had the leverage in Miami?
Dalvin Cook. We never signed Dalvin.
Everybody was saying everybody was saying that he had the leverage for the 7 year with the $7 million here, and he was going to play here under the $7 million, and everybody was saying that the running back market was getting saturated. And then what happened?
I done told everybody.
The running back market got set by CMC. And then we got left with nothing, and everybody kept saying, "Oh, well, let's go ahead and pay Dalvin Cook over the value market." Nobody ever did.
And the fun thing is I didn't fucking ask anybody. I didn't want Dalvin Cook. I said, "Fuck Dalvin Cook," and I have fucking received it. I've been out here saying, "Fuck Dalvin Cook."
Wants to set the market for players that they have narratives for. That's my point.
No, this team has a fucking market for overpaying veterans because at positions of
also
need,
has their favorites that they push to get paid, and it doesn't work out. And Dalvin Cook was one of them that worked out.
Again, because Chris Grier likes to overpay for sure things, because when he drafts and the fucking players don't turn out and or they can't fucking hold on to them or develop them, then yeah, he has to pay a premium price for guys that he needs. And that's a problem on Chris Grier in the drafting department. The thing is, the dude can fucking find gems in the rough all day long, but his fucking first 3 rounds are spotty as fuck.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Look, he can wheel and deal. Every time I say something about Greer's wheeling and dealing skills, it's never negative. My problem is,
he
like
can
you say,
wheel and deal.
evaluating O-line is one problem. Now he's starting to evaluate running backs better, which is that's a good thing that he's fixing.
Has an issue with evaluating cornerbacks. Has an issue evaluating linebackers. We just wasted fucking all those picks on linebackers, cornerbacks, fucking O linemen, all of this. And then what does he have to do though? Because he can't evaluate them, then he has to go out and pay them. And you can't run a team like that.
He overpaid Mike Gesicki, exactly.
Yeah, for Mike McDaniel to turn around and not even use him. And then tell us that year 3 was when he's going to break out using tight ends. Pretty sure that using a tight end should have been important the first 2 years. Especially when you fucking franchise tag a receiving tight end and then you don't fucking use him. That's fucking stupid.
That's what I'm saying. Let's not do premature stuff that makes us look stupid.
I mean, I can agree to that, but I do think that the long-term cap space issue, if say what Chop doesn't work out, you're stuck paying Bradley, right? And say, I don't know, Austin Jackson only had one healthy good year, but everybody's willing to say he's got to be, a priority. He's so awesome. He stayed healthy. What happens if he doesn't stay healthy? We had Javon Holland fucking have sprains to both of his MCLs at the end of last year. What if Javon Holland can't stay healthy? Like, there are questions all across this fucking team. Part of that is management, the GM, the ability to draft players, bringing guys, having quality depth, and not overpaying for veteran free agents. Well, those are all problems for Grier.
Yeah, and to give Grier credit, like I say, he didn't phase or falter to that Dalvin Cook stuff last year, and he stayed the course, and he ended up getting A-chain. So, I mean, like I said, I have I can get critical at times, but I can also be, I give props as well when props are due. But right now, this is the point in time when a general manager is supposed to drop his nuts and say, look, this is my team, not yours.
And see, I agree with that. And I've been arguing about that for Grier, his lack of backbone for fucking years. He keeps wanting to say, by saving his job, I'm a facilitator. Well, if you're saying you're only a facilitator, then what the fuck are you there for? The coach can get what he wants. He doesn't need you to do it. You're the GM when you fucking see stupid shit like, oh, let's go trade for Bradley Chubb. Let's go trade for Tyreek Hill. Let's go pay this guy.
Hey, CT, look at Greenman.
What did he say? He said again, fucking stupid comment saying we don't use tight ends. Go watch the tape. Bro, I watched the tape. I watched us try to use Mike Gesicki to fucking block. And he would just turn around and let the guy run past him like a turnstile at a freaking New York subway. And
we don't really use tight ends like that.
No. And the thing is, though, then why in the fuck did Grier pay you? Why did you fucking franchise tag him if you knew that Mike McDaniel wasn't going to use him the same way you had been using him in the previous years?
I think it was just an effort to put as many weapons around Tua as possible. And Mike Gesicki was a weapon. And we thought with his athleticism and his catch radius, he was going to be a fit, even though we knew maybe
he's
that's
not a blocker.
But we knew he wasn't a fit. Yeah, exactly. We knew. But Mike McDaniel was thinking, because that's why he brought in our tight ends coach. What's his name from San Francisco?
John Embry,
and the other dude from the Raiders, Frank Smith. Because he was a former tight ends coach with the Raiders.
Well, he was offensive line / tight ends coach.
Yeah. But those guys were key in developing guys like Darren Waller, teaching guys like even John Embry even fucking coached Tony Gonzalez. You know what I mean? And he coached guys like George Kittle. So we thought like, oh shit, that he can turn Gesicki into a capable blocker and maybe a better route runner. Yeah. And we thought he was going to be a good tight end.
But that's
however, our fears were wrong. Our fears were fucking wrong. Gesicki is who he is. He can't run routes. He's fucking slow. He turns
But
like
the
a
thing
fucking
is that's
like a
where
cruise
Greer
ship.
should have grew a fucking backbone,
Yeah,
and Greer should have said, "Bro, I've watched this motherfucker for the last 3 years, 4 years here. You're not gonna turn him into a blocker. No, I'm not gonna fucking resign, or I'm not gonna franchise tag him. We can find somebody else." That's what
right.
I would have fucking done.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Like,
I mean, that's
you
a
could have
Greer fuck
used
up.
that money elsewhere.
That's a Greer. That was a bad decision by Greer.
Yeah, that's all. I mean, it's all
Yep.
good, and I appreciate Cap for coming on, man. Always
He's
fucking
passionate.
gotten
He's
it in there
passionate,
with
bro.
Cap.
I appreciate the passion from Cap, bro. He brings it. He brings it, man. He likes to challenge you. He doesn't, you know what I mean? He likes to give you a
He
different
makes you
perspective.
explain yourself. He makes
Yeah,
you
exactly.
explain it, not just parrot points like other fucking people do, where they parrot shit.
Yeah. But again, I just disagree with him. Like you can't put that. You know, of course, Tua controls his own, performances and stuff like that, right? Because he has to work on. There's certain things that he needs to work on. But again, there, like you just said, you got to add context because not everything is on Tua for those collapses. It's a mix of different things, and if you want to hold not winning a playoff against him, right, or not winning a division title against him, it's a fucking team thing. But everything that he's done that he's supposed to do as an individual, right? Whether it's individual accolades or personal stats, like he's done everything. He's done everything that you need him
but
to
listen,
do.
man, for every pass that Tyreek drops, there's a pass that he comes back to and makes Tua look good. So it balances out. I mean, that's bullshit.
It does, but then again, there's that what if.
Hold on.
There's that what if as well.
I gotta ask this question. What in the fuck is that, Green Rat?
I know.
I have no fucking idea. I was
Oh
on the
my
auto
God.
generator, and
You play with the AI.
that's
You
what
play
it
with
pumped
the AI.
out.
That'd be fun.
Oh my God.
But nah,
Okay.
man, I appreciate the Cap for life back and forth. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah. I love Cap. And again, he has good points. And then there are other things that, and like he even said, he gets so passionate that, sometimes he tries to, he doesn't really think about the details and the context because he's seeing it from the overall arching view. And I can agree to him to that extent is it's the double-edged sword as a fucking QB. But the problem is it's not really a double-edged sword with Tua. It's when Tua does well, it's because of his weapons. But when he does bad, it's his fault.
It's his fault.
It can't be both.
That's not fair.
If he's playing well, then it's his fault. If he's playing bad, they're playing bad, then it's his fault. You can't pick and choose when you want to apply a certain standard. And I think that's where some people get into it is they don't understand that players are going to have bad games. Fuck, I asked Josh Allen. But does that mean that just because he has 2 or 3 bad games a year, that even if he has a good game and the game still doesn't go his way, say the defense doesn't do their job or special teams gives up the touchdown, which we did multiple times at the end of December last year. We gave up 2 punt returns. We went through a 7-week period where we had at least 1 touchdown on a punt or a kickoff. So it was the first time in fucking NFL history. It's like, dude, you there is context to it. But if you're going to apply, it doesn't matter he wins or he loses. Well, then when he wins, you can't say, oh, but he won because of this. If you're going to say it doesn't matter, then it doesn't matter. But you can't pick and choose when you say it wants to matter. That's kind of my only gripe about that.
Right. Yeah, I agree, bro, 100%. I just think that when it comes to other quarterbacks, I think Tua is always put on a microscope. I think just way too much of the blame is put on him. And part of it is just our frustration with this franchise, and we're tired of the same result, right? Every year we haven't won a playoff game, and we need to find someone to deflect the blame on, to put the blame on. I mean, you know what I mean? So
you want somebody to hold accountable, and
exactly.
The QB is the easiest person to point out. That's all.
Right.
I hold
It's a little
Toilet
more
Bowl Todd
nuanced than that.
responsible for all of it.
Say it one more time, Green Rat.
I said I hold Toilet Bowl Todd responsible for all of it.
Toilet bowl Todd.
Why is that?
Just because you're a Florida guy.
Wow. Okay.
But I get it. I mean, that's just the nature of today's NFL. Like, most of the quarterbacks are going to get the fucking blame, and they're going to get the praise when they win. But it feels like with Tua is different because, like you said, CT, if he wins, it's the fucking weapons. He's getting carried. He has a good fucking defense. If he fucking loses, all the fucking blame is on him.
Because he failed the eye test.
One person who noticed this was Ryan Smith from PFF. That, like, I think that this whole combination of two of the past 2 seasons is that he gets little credit for the wins that the Dolphins have, right? Right?
Yeah.
Or not necessarily that. He said specifically that Tua gets way too much credit for when the Dolphins win, and he obviously deserves credit, but he gets way too much credit when they win, but when they lose, he gets most of the blame. And I agree, because I think that's been the problem with Tua and Dolphin fans that have questions about it, not the people that support him. But that's been the main theme the past freaking 2 or 3 years, how many years it's been. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think it really comes down to, and we've talked about it on the show multiple fucking times, of these late season collapses. Every time we have these late season collapses, they go across fucking not only Stephen Ross as an owner, it goes all the way back to fucking Huizenga. It goes across multiple GMs. It goes across multiple coaches. The thing is, you can say to a certain degree, is it coaches? Is it players? Obviously, it's a combination, but then you have to find the spectrum of some sort to say, well, it can't be all about the players because it's been across multiple coaching spans. It can't be all about the GM because it's been across multiple GM spans. It can't be, it's all Ross's fault because this shit goes back before Ross was even the majority owner. So whose fucking feet do you lay the blame at? And I feel like the Indians and the fucking burial ground.
Yeah, it's the Casta, yeah.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious.
CT, why do you sound like why? CT, why do you?
To answer your questions, it's the sports agents, and it's becoming very obvious.
CT and bro, Cap, CT, y'all sound like people calling in an AM radio, bro. You sound like I don't know. You guys sound different. I don't know why.
Bro, you shouldn't be talking.
Oh, maybe you're all of you guys. Radio, sir. It must be the 5G. It must be the 5G.
Yeah,
respect the AM, bro.
Yep.
Yeah, we hear everybody. You're good. You're good. But say it again now, Cap. Who do we blame?
At this point in time, like, if we're seeing it's a never-ending cycle of debauchery and nobody's getting blamed and everybody's getting paid, I would want to think that the agents are the ones that are getting away with all the money and not getting any repercussions.
God damn it, Green Rat.
That's true. I mean, let's see what he got on there now. Oh, he got Spidey Jet on there with his green colors, baby. Spidey Jet.
Hell no, I got something for him right now.
All right, there you go. But I agree.
There you go.
To an extent, Cap, that's I kind of think that's true. At some point, if we're Green Rat with the Green Jets jersey on that.
Who's your daddy, Spider-Man? Who's your daddy?
I'm not going back and forth with y'all.
Hey, from what I hear, he just did. Hey, in New York, from what I hear, that's the exact actual size of the rats they have over there.
Yup. Yeah, they're the size of small chihuahuas.
That's why Green Rat fits in up there.
Oh shit.
When he goes to Jets games. But anyway, so let's get on to another subject. We done fucking hammered the two. I wanted to talk to you guys. We finally got some incentives from the OBJ contract, and they don't really look that hard to obtain. I mean, if somebody goes down and he plays more significant snaps, I mean, fuck, you got 566 yards for 400,000. You got 650 yards for 800,000 and 800 receiving yards for an extra million. I mean, dude, he had 660 something with the Ravens last year. So, I mean, he's going to at least get 800,000. Say he gets what, 35? I mean, same shit, same pay structure for the receptions. Say he hits the middle again. That's 1.6 additionally he's going to make. I mean, he might get 4 touchdowns. He might not. But even in that, 1.6 on top of the 2 million we already gave him. I mean, that ain't bad.
He can make all those. I think he can make all those numbers. Maybe not the 800 yards, but I think he can make somewhere in the middle. I think he can make it up to like 800,000. I think the reception could be like maybe 45. I think he's.
I don't think he's getting 45.
I think he can attain that 45 receptions.
That means that either fucking Waddle or Tyreek's getting injured.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's other targets too.
Yeah, I mean, you got A-Chain, you got Malik.
You could be right. You could be right. You're right.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to get 45
touchdowns. I think he can make that 450,000. I think he's perfectly capable of getting 6 touchdowns. I think there were times that that Lamar Jackson missed him wide open, and there were times that he underthrew him. I think he could have had better numbers last year if it wasn't for, Lamar Jackson's limitations as a pocket passer. But
okay, what do you think, Cap for Life? What do you think about the incentives and OBJ's contract?
Yeah, it's going to be tough, man. I mean, they were showing what on Reason Show. They were showing the AI predictor on these guys getting their yardage.
That's crazy.
And it's kind of tough. It's what 7 or 8 touchdowns predicted with a 880 yard projection yard total. I don't know, man. I mean, Waddle with 14 touchdowns prediction, Tyreek with his 11 or 12. It's a lot of mouths to feed, man. Not to mention the running back.
I think that when you get into the AI that way, they're thinking about, best case, statistical numbers. But again, that's not the reality that's played on the football field. And I think that, conditions matter, obviously injuries matter and all that. But you would say ideal case scenario, all the offensive linemen stay healthy and all the running backs stay healthy and this person stays healthy, they could attain those numbers, but I don't see that happening. Plus, again, like you said, there's so many mouths to feed. You got Mostert, you got A-Chain, you're going to have this Jalen Wright dude, you're going to have Malik Washington, you still got what's going to happen with Eazy-E. I think Eazy-E is out of here. I think he's on the bubble. He's gone. Channing Tindall is on the bubble. His ass is gone. I mean, there's a lot of guys that are going to be fucking gone that we've drafted in recent years that just haven't fucking panned out.
I agree. I agree.
I agree. If we all realize that and we know that it's not working out, it's better to cut ties now than to hold on to something that's going to, not be beneficial.
About who? Cap,
Easy E and Tindall.
Oh, yeah. Those guys need to be gone. I don't fucking care.
Yeah, and then at this point, it's dude.
They can't even stay on the field. They can't even be on the field. They can't even take fucking reps.
Yeah, and the thing is yeah, and then you talk about you bring in 2 more linebackers, right? We bring in guys specifically for Anthony Weaver's scheme. I just think I think Tindall's gone, bro. And you talk about Eazy-E, the dude, whatever, he wiped his eyeball and got pink eye, didn't wash his hands when he shit. I don't know. But then it's, this wide receiver thing. But then here's your second year. And in preseason, you're playing. And then the regular season, you don't play at all. And then you get injured with the quote unquote neck injury that Eazy-E's camp saying that he's been cleared and the Dolphins are saying he hasn't been cleared. So I'm not really fucking sure what's going on with that. Barrios is on the fucking bubble. I mean, you're not gonna select Malik Washington and then end up cutting him, hoping he's gonna make it to the practice squad. I mean, you got what, the other 8 wide receivers that we have in camp right now? None of them are gonna fucking make the 53. I mean, you got.
Don't sleep on Braylon Sanders.
Oh my God, Braylon Sanders is fucking gone, Bleezy. Get over it.
Bleezy. What's up, my guy?
What up, kid?
Aloha.
I'm back, man. I'm back, bro.
You're on the camera, baby. There you go.
What's up, brother?
What's good, Bleezy?
Yeah, not much, man. I had to go pick
Aloha,
up my
bro.
son. I had to go pick up my son. My ex was supposed to go pick him up, but from work, but I had to take care of it. You know, you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes.
Yeah, man, you good.
Yeah.
You missed all the fucking action. Cat for Life has been fucking screaming at us for the last hour.
Yeah.
Back the old days, man.
Yeah, that's why we love you, bro. This is why we do this shit. And it's like we said, man, we like it because you challenge us. You're not like the rest of them who just fucking listen to these parroted narratives. And if you can explain why you think you have, and you have, why you think the way you do, and give reasons for it, then you're a reasonable person, like the rest of them can't be reasonable.
He throws you curveballs.
I get on Irving a lot because I love him, bro. He ever since we've been trying to mend fences to get things right in this community, and we've been doing that, man. But I wouldn't do what I'm doing or make things difficult for you if I didn't care about you, bro. Because look, you'd rather have me debate you than have somebody else, bro. And if you can get to a debate with me, you can make it in this world, bro.
Oh yeah, bro.
That's
why I always whoop your ass in debates, Cat.
Hey, I've seen Cat in action. I've seen Cat.
Hey, when I debate CC, I whoop his ass. When I debate CC, I whoop his ass. I turn him a new asshole.
Hey, on Larry Ellis.
Everybody whoops CT.
Oh, damn. So he's easy, huh? Easy bait. Hey, I will say, man, I will say real quick, my bad, Billy. I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't mean to cut you off.
You're good.
Real quick, see, bro, you should see Cap for Life going back and forth in the Twitter spaces. That he does not back down, bro. He stands 10 toes down on what he says. And he doesn't waver for anybody.
That's why Cap for Life comes in here all fucking heated. He's used to the Twitter streets and all the fucking nonsense that gets talked out there. That's why we have a segment on the show, Cap for Life, called Terrible Twitter Takes of the Week.
So as long as everyone loves that Liam Eichenberg is going to be our starting right guard, we're all good.
Yep, and then Noah is going to make a miraculous comeback to the Dolphins and actually play cornerback.
Liam and right guard might be
that's a Batman, though. Oh, yeah, baby. I'm ready for some Liam Eichenberg on fucking right guard this season, baby. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's get
Now y'all sound like fucking two and ears, baby. That's the worst part. Now y'all sound like two and ears.
Yeah, you know what? I'm ready for him to prove you wrong, CT. That's what I'm ready.
The Eichenbergeneers.
Eichenberg Express.
Hop on. Hey, CT, hop on, baby. Eichenberg Express, baby. It's not too late. It's not too late.
No, thanks. I see where that shit's heading.
Let's hear what Cap's got to say about the right guard. Cap, your thoughts on right guard at this point?
Oh man, man.
He said, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Liam, Robert Jones. Yeah.
Look, I like Robert Jones. Though I like to see him get more snaps, but if he's getting more snaps, then that's another question about why did you go after, a guard in the third or second round? You get what I mean? Like,
yes, interior. We lost Connor and Robert Hunt, but I'm thinking we might pick somebody up after June 1st.
Well, that's what the rumors were, that we were going to pick someone up if we didn't get anyone in the draft.
Well, look, my thing is, you don't want to show another mistake by saying that Eichenberg isn't going to be your starter. That's going to be another problem too. You get what I mean?
Hey, hold on. This just breaking. We got pictures. Breaking news. We got a picture of the Eichenberg Express. There you go, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, damn.
No, you put my avatar up there. Be respectful.
Bullshit.
Didn't even leave
Bullshit.
didn't even
Oh,
leave
man.
That ain't happening. That ain't happening, baby. That train is rolling, baby.
There we go. That's what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
hey, look, he's in a fucking tore up fucking car. That shit ain't going nowhere. Look at that shit. It's in a fucking junkyard. Yep, that's where he belongs, in the fucking junkyard, baby.
Well, that's what
Candid
I Am
all
Legend.
over everybody.
That's Will Smith and I Am Legend.
Say that again, Bleezy.
What, Cap?
No, that looked like the end of days with I Am Legend, bro. Like him and his dog and stuff, bro.
Right. Yeah, it did.
That's funny.
God.
But anyway, yeah, no. So anybody else want to comment on the OBJ thing and kind of how you feel he's gonna work out here and just seeing that?
May I add one more comment to that?
Yeah.
He's gonna be. I think he could achieve somewhere between that 35. I don't think it's unrealistic because I think Durham Smythe had around 43 targets, right? Like 43 receptions, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know how many receptions exactly. I know he was
5 touchdowns.
I will say that, you know, the way he's going to be utilized, because even Mike McDaniel told him one of the key reasons why it made him want to come down to Miami was because his ability to be a threat as a third down target. You know what I mean? Like his ability to be able to use his size and his frame to be a consistent third down target for Tua, you know, a security blanket. Because when Tyreek and when Waddle get doubled or whatever the case may be, bracketed, whatever, you know, Odell is going to be that guy for you on third down. He could even provide you a respectable, you know, red zone target. You know what I mean? So I think he could meet that 45. You know what I mean? Like I think it's attainable. I think because of Tua's ability to hit guys more accurately downfield and with his sense of timing, right? And he has such an elite ability to hit those timing routes with such precision that I think he puts up big numbers. And I think I don't think Beckham is going to have those issues that he had with Lamar Jackson in terms of the deep ball, you know, and he has to come back and shit like that because Tua has, you know, with his improved ability to, you know, use his timing and his accuracy to hit guys more accurately downfield. So, yeah, I think he can meet that.
I think he can too, man. If Waddle or Tyreek go down, OBJ is going to be right up at the top of our receiving.
Oh yeah, and like last year, bro, Waddle and Tyreek were barely on the field. They were barely. I think they were on the field for like together. I think it was like around 25%, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
They weren't together on the field at all that much. So, bro, if you could
do a breakdown, Irving, can you do a breakdown for me and let me know? Because I think Color told me the other day, but I just wanted to make sure it was accurate. The only 6 foot guys that we have wide receiver wise are who? OBJ, Craycraft, and Easy E. Is that correct?
Okay, yeah.
Braylon Sanders is 6'1",
and Eric Ezukama is 6'3". Yeah. Yeah, those are the only ones that are at 5. Yeah, those are the guys over 6 feet that we have on this football team. Yeah.
I mean, Cat.
No, and I heard.
No, Cat. I mean, Cat. What do you think about that? I was surprised we drafted 2 receivers that are both 5'10" and 5'9" or something.
That's special teams. It has to be special teams, bro. It has to.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And because another thing about Odell,
this new rule change, I don't know.
Hey, another quick thing about Odell. He had 10 receptions where on third down, he had 10 receptions on third down where 10 of those 10 times on third down attempts, he either converted a first down on that third down or he had a touchdown. On 10 of the 10 times that the Ravens were on third down that he was used as a third down target, he either got the first down or he got a touchdown.
Sweet.
That's according to Cam Wolf.
I mean, dude, OBJ should dominate in this offense. It's wide receiver 3. You kidding me?
Well, it's
Bro, and then everything that he ran, and everything that he ran. Yeah, and they use them in similar ways. They he ran all the same routes or similar routes that they ran at Baltimore. They ran in-breaking routes. They ran the crossing routes, the slants, the glants. They ran the streak routes, like wheels, everything that they, all these timing patterns that they ran in Baltimore, and that's what Mike McDaniel predominantly runs in this offense. So, I think, and I think he's going to be a perfect fit in this offense, bro, more than what people give him credit for.
It does.
Yeah, bro, and I still think he still has the ability to create separation. He still has the speed to create yards after the catch and make guys miss. He's still got the vertical ability to stretch the field as a deep threat. Like, bro, he's got very dependable hands, and that's all we need. That's all we need.
He seems a little more versatile than Cedric Wilson.
Yeah, he can play outside and inside. And the thing is, he knows how to use his frame and his body and his height. He can use his frame to box out receivers at the catch point. You know what I mean? And he has body control to come down with the football.
Yeah.
And that's go ahead. My bad. Real quick. That's what I was saying earlier about his ability to run those comeback routes, those C routes, things that, he can use his size and his body. Whereas, again, we have all these smaller guys, and you have a guy who is quick enough to work out of the slot, but he can also play the outside and still, jump for contested balls. He's able to consistently get open, which we have had issues with Berrios and Cedric Wilson Jr. and even the other one, not Sherfield, but the other one, Craycraft. Like, they don't consistently get open.
And Claypool, yep. No, and another thing is, CT, like when he's brought in here so that when Tyreek or Waddle comes off the field, we don't have a huge drop off in terms of the targets and the ability for receivers to create separation. Like that's what Berrios' problem was. He couldn't get fucking open. Same thing with fucking Cedric Wilson, couldn't get open. So this guy can consistently get open. And exactly.
Can be a 2.
Exactly. And then you don't have to. So and so if Tyreek comes off the field, it won't hurt as much or be such a drop off or such a shock to the offense. Like, we can still operate. Like for example, when we were against the Jets, we had a whole week to game plan against the Jets with Waddle playing Tyreek's role. But when it happens, like when Tyreek gets injured all of a sudden, you had the Tennessee game where it looked like the Dolphins was in shock without Tyreek Hill. So if you have a guy like Odell Beckham Jr., that's not going to happen. The offense doesn't take such a drop off. Like, we can be okay and be able to score points and be able to survive without Tyreek, even if it's just for if he gets taken out for the rest of the game, or he has to be taken out at some point, and then he comes back. Whatever it is,
man. Our third down conversion ratio must improve, man. That's going to help.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And part of that is also fucking play calling, as well as some of the alternatives and play design as well. You put yourself in a bad position, and you think, okay, by abandoning the run, I'm throwing the ball. Yeah, you're getting chunks here and there, but you're also stalling yourself out. Well, you got to find a balance to that. And if you're consistently throwing, short, intermediate, long, at some point it becomes predictable.
We never started stalling out until we tried to run the ball more.
No, but he says predictable is accurate because they started reading our tells. They knew our game plans. They used it against us.
Yeah, and the thing is it wasn't really that. It was in game where, again, Mike McDaniel would catch them off guard with the fucking awesome play design. But the problem is he'd run that play like that backhanded fucking fake jet sweep on the backward toss. Yeah, you ran that play 5 fucking times in the first half. And then in the second half, you come out and you try to run that same exact play 2 or 3 more times. and you don't think they're going to be prepared for that, you need to have a zig for their zag. They're going to go, okay, I see what you're doing. Now let me give you this piece. And we didn't have that. We didn't have that. They made adjustments. They made adjustments, and we didn't. That's really what it comes down to.
Well, that's how McDaniel. You got to have a deep bag of tricks.
See, I disagree. I think we had all of the tricks and stuff because look earlier in the year of all the different plays we were running. But once the offensive and once the offensive line started to have issues with people going down, then we tightened up what we ran.
Okay, all right.
I mean, I agree to a degree. I think that that's part of why we abandoned the run quite a bit later on in the season as well. Is
we didn't abandon the run; we ran more.
I mean, there were quite a few times during games situationally where we completely abandoned the run.
Situationally, there wasn't, but we ran the ball more in the second half. That's what happened to us at the end of the year. Why we weren't putting up points. Because we didn't let our quarterback get into a fucking throwing groove because we were trying to run the ball too much and then giving him one play to fucking go ahead and make a first down.
I mean, we did get a little bit crazy with Achane in the beginning. That is true. But, I mean, we had Mostert. I mean, we were the number one running option game in the league. Like, it was working.
Right.
Yeah, but then Mostert got injured, Jeff Wilson got injured, Achane got injured, and even Darren Brooks got
Green Rat. Maybe
Chris
that was
whatever it was.
Maybe that was McDaniel's plan late in the year to go smash mouth, and that's what.
Well, it is because that's what everybody says in December. We have to run the fucking ball. Well, what happened is we had no fucking linemen left.
Right.
We had to have Liam fucking snap the ball and couldn't make the play calls.
That's a good point. That may be the case. We blew him out of the water early in the year with the razzle dazzle pass, and then we tried to go smash mouth at the end of the year, but we didn't have the horses to do it. And McDaniel at that point didn't know what the fuck to do.
And then Armstead fell on fucking Mostert, which hurt him.
But
if you go back and watch the games and stuff, it's pretty much, and that's the other part that I get angry about, is we used the tight end a lot early in the season. But then we went on that run where Tyreek and Tua and Waddle and everybody was just lighting everybody up. So we went away with it. But we came back to a running game and using the tight ends at the very end of the season. We were kicking Buffalo's ass with running the ball and using the tight ends until that fucking punt.
Yep.
But you guys get all the people that want us to run the ball got what they wanted. Now, a play here and there, which would have been nice if we ran the ball. Sure, I'll go with that. But we ran the ball a lot. It just... Yeah.
McDaniel likes to run the ball, and I like that. I want to.
But you can't be predictable with the run plays, and I think that's part of it. When you run the same fucking run plays over and over, just in a different formation, teams are going to fucking pick up on that.
Yeah.
It's like just because you change the formation, they still know you're running a fucking, a jet sweep or a fucking outside zone. And then the times that we actually mixed up the running game and actually started running inside, we were butchering teams with the inside run. But then we get away from the inside run and go right back out to running the outside zone.
But generally that was earlier in the year. Towards the end, we had some good plays and stuff, but we have to have Tua in a groove. That's how he plays football. And if we don't, then he'll struggle in the big games at the end of the year if he's just sitting back there handing the ball off.
It's the motion, man. We love the motion, but the motion it's becoming predictable if you're in I formation, especially if we're good at play action and we can run the ball 75% of the time, if we're going in motion, we're going to run the fucking ball. They know it and we know it. But if we got injuries, then that motion becomes very, you can't tell. But it's the motion is becoming too predictable at this point. They know that the edge is not going to be utilized.
Right. They're figuring out McDaniel's offense. He's got to stay. He's got to stay a step ahead of them.
I just felt like we tightened everything up too much at the end of the year. But I do understand due to the point where we didn't have Connor Williams to run the offensive line. And, A-Chain is not number one. He's never going to be a number one back. He isn't durable enough, although he put on weight, so maybe that'll help quite a bit. But he seems to get a little banged up too much to me.
I think ideally he's not, but I think he could be. We've got 3 really good running backs. I mean, what else do you want in the running back room right now? We got 3 studs, man.
Well, it would be helpful if we didn't lose Jared Dokes 2 years ago and then lost Chris Brooks last year, including having Jeff Wilson get injured. Having an actual power back who stays healthy would be fucking nice to have.
We've got Ingold.
Yeah, but we don't run Ingold very much. We run fucking Ingold on the fucking out routes and the little swing routes and shit like that.
I'm still waiting for Alec Ingold to give me that anytime touchdown on the Hard Rock app.
Oh, Jesus.
You would think, right? You would think. Give him the rock. But
yeah.
As far as the power back, I think they're putting Alec Ingold in that role, man.
No, they're not. They haven't used it. They've used him. I can remember 3 or 4. They used him 3 or 4 times last year. They need to, but if you're not, because you want him in line to help block, that's fine.
Back. He's blocking. Ingold's blocking.
That's what I'm saying. If Ingold's blocking, that's why you need a power back.
I always thought Mostert had enough to be a power back.
Yeah,
last year he looked pretty strong.
He did, but the problem is like the caveat I gave was that could stay healthy.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't get hurt till the end of the year, and that's because Armstead fell on his leg.
He missed a couple games. He missed a couple games early in the year too, and so did Devon Achane. Missed 4. Jeff Wilson missed 2 or 3 games.
Hey, our team dropped down a notch when we lost A-Chain. Don't y'all think?
How old is Mostert?
31 or 32.
Yeah.
31, 32.
Easy at the same time we lost Wynn and stuff too.
Running back, but he's got the juice, bro. He's got the juice.
We caught him at the end, I think, man. I mean, we didn't catch him in the beginning. I don't know, like we're catching him at his tail end, I guess, which is not a bad thing. But
no, he's a good fit in the offense, man. He's popping off as long as he's got that juice, because he is old.
Yeah, averaging almost 5 yards a carry. He's getting you that 3 off of 1 yard. He's going to get you 3.
But it's just, exactly. It's in a rotational situation. And it's not only that, but it's like Green Rat said, though.
Brought in the young blood.
You can have Mostert back there, but if the fucking O-line ain't there to block, don't really fucking matter. And I think it was huge when we lost Isaiah Wynn, and then you lost Robert Hunt for the first 4. Then Connor Williams.
No, man, look, I'm not going to do this with the O-line. You and me go at this with the O-line all the time. We'll be here for another hour. Okay? We both know they got Butch Berry, and they had 11 to 12 different formations with guys that were hurt left and right, and they were still popping for 4 or 5 yards a carry. They just stopped running the ball.
Yeah.
I saw quite a few times.
All the big things was early in the year, and the truth is we only had one game where we had all of our original
linemen
projected first team O-line, and that was the Denver game. Everybody was healthy for the Denver game.
Is that right?
Yeah, but besides that, we were averaging what, number one this in rushing, number one that in offensive production with the O-line. Like Butch Berry was doing it with 7 to 8 different guys.
Yeah, but the thing is like I said, though, the difference between the look of that running early in the year where there were wide open lanes and whatever versus later on in the year, the shit was all disconjointed. There are times again, is it the repetition of the play calling? Is it their ability to execute the play even though it's being called for the 10th fucking time that game? I mean, there's a lot of things that go into it.
Hey, it's on McDaniel. I put a lot of the key to our upcoming season being us going deep in the playoffs is on McDaniel, man.
Look, Bleezy, I agree with you 1,000%, but I don't want to say that because you and I keep saying this all the time. Like, I don't want to put the coach in that predicament because you wanted to get a new coach. Right. But at the end of the day, it's becoming more and more apparent that, he needs a little bit more help as opposed to holding on to the offensive plays in critical situations. Like, a lot of people don't want him to have the playbook, but you brought him here to hold on to the playbook. You can't have it both ways. You got to let him run his shop.
I think I've always said, man, the key to a Super Bowl winning team, number one, is a really good head coach. Number two is a good quarterback. And number three is a really, really good defense, man. If you got all three of those popping, that's a Super Bowl winning.
I think the last one, Bleezy, I think the last one you're on to something. I think the last one's his Achilles heel right now.
The defense.
And they're saying that, yeah.
I mean, I don't know, Cap. Do we have a Super Bowl
defense? You had Boyer and you had Fangio. If this guy doesn't work out, that's 3 on your watch.
Oh, shit.
Well, Fangio worked out. We can't say that he didn't because we went from the bottom to the top of the league, and then we lost, 6 starters?
Fangio bailed out.
At the end? Right. I don't like the guy, but I can't say it wasn't successful while he was here.
I mean, Fangio, I wasn't sold on his defense anyway. At one point in the season, I was damn near calling for his head. And so I'm hoping Anthony Weaver is going to be the real deal. And I think
with Weaver and stuff, letting Wilkins go has allowed us to bring in a lot more depth to our defensive line.
Yeah.
And it let Weaver pick the guys that he wanted. So, I mean, that could be part of the reason why we didn't pay Wilkins as much as he wanted.
Tierre Tart wearing number 94 this year, by the way. Saw that today.
There you go. But,
hey,
man.
CT, did you see the thing that I texted you? Something about Justin Jefferson being in New York?
Let me see. Let me go look at it.
Yeah, he reported back to OTAs today.
Who, Jefferson?
Yeah.
What was the story? I saw something. He did not report?
He did.
No. This is something over the weekend he was spotted in New York City.
I got it in New Jersey. Hold on. Why is it not downloading whenever you're ready?
I just thought it was funny. I saw it on Twitter.
There you go. All right.
He was in New York for what?
Says Justin Jefferson spotted in New Jersey. Sources say wide receiver Justin Jefferson was spotted in Fulham Park, New Jersey over the weekend, which is where the Jets facility is located. Jefferson is looking for a new contract with the Vikings. It's possible Minnesota could trade him if they can't come to terms on a new deal.
That's possible tampering. I'm just saying.
Yeah, they ain't gonna do shit.
Did you meet someone there? Well, I know they won't, but
it's not.
I just found it a little funny.
Well, Minnesota's under investigation too for the Cousins trade, I think, or was that something else differently?
Yeah, it was the Kirk Cousins trade. Yes.
Well, that would be
or was it something
Atlanta
else?
that would be under the microscope, but
It's
yeah.
both of them because Minnesota was engaged with Atlanta.
That's just funny shit. I saw it on there, so I thought I'd send it to you.
No, yeah,
So
that's
now
funny.
the Jets are involved.
Yeah, I mean, that would kind of suck Justin Jefferson to the Jets. I mean, they still got the
Right.
washed up Aaron Rodgers, but I mean, fuck.
Garrett
Yeah.
Wilson.
They got my boy Malachi Corley in the draft. He's a little ball buster.
Well, we could talk about that Poyer thing, so Amicus can join in a little bit.
Oh yeah, I forgot all about that.
What the hell, bro?
Okay, let's go.
I don't know. I don't know what was said. So,
Bro, I just found out about this last night, and then I found out more about it today, and I'm just like, you picked the wrong time to say that, man.
Yeah,
You picked the wrong time to say that.
You're right.
Go ahead and let us all hear what he said, Cap.
Oh no! I mean, if you want to hear word for word, you guys tell me. From what I'm hearing today, it's not good. He's pretty much saying I miss Buffalo. That's what he's saying.
So what I heard, and
Y'all talking about Poyer?
I made it so you could come back in and join us.
Amicus.
Yeah.
He knows. Tell us what he said, Amicus.
Well, this was at the Micah Hyde softball charity event that he does every single year. And Poyer was invited, obviously. And so at the event, he was telling the crowd, it's a baseball stadium. He was just telling the crowd that Josh Allen was the best quarterback in the league and that he wishes he could have won a Super Bowl with us, but it didn't work out. But we're in good hands because we have the best quarterback in the NFL. There you go, baby. That's all he said. He just told the fucking truth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, his personal truth, but
no,
I was just trying to make sure you weren't dead, Amicus.
How does that make y'all feel that your safety is talking about
that, man.
The fact that he was saying it to a bunch of people watching softball, kind of really doesn't fucking hurt my feelings all that much. I mean, he's going to an event with a guy who is playing for Buffalo. So, I mean, he played in Buffalo. I mean, so be it. I don't really see the
on the Bills Mafia websites. We're all saying that Poyer's heart is still in Buffalo, and I think it is. He had his best years of his career in Buffalo. I mean, Buffalo made who he was. Nobody in Cleveland. The McDermott defense is what really took Poyer and Hyde to another level.
I don't think anyone would ever disagree with that, to be honest. I mean,
yeah. So I mean, but I would say that it's a little odd to say when you're on another team, and also you have a quarterback, right? And Tyreek knows down deep that Mahomes is better than Tua, but he talked Tua up a lot because that's what you do with your quarterback. You talk them up. So, Poyer, I love Poyer. I'm just wondering how y'all feel. That's got to bother you a little bit, I would think.
Poyer, every interview I've seen of him, he's extremely happy to be here, dude. Poyer said that shit because he was kissing ass.
It's Miami.
To the crowd. But
Poyer's no idiot. He knows that it's going to be on SportsCenter and shit, right? Like, you can't make a comment like that and have it not go viral.
Yeah, but I don't really think he gives a flying fuck. I mean, in reality, again, irregardless of whether or not he played with Josh Allen, say he came from another team and he was in the same situation. I mean, do you not think that he's going to show his old teammates some love? I mean,
well, I think he really believes it, though, CT. I think he really believes that Josh Allen is the most talented quarterback in the NFL.
Better than
obviously he does.
Which is fine, and that's his opinion. I'm sure that Travis Kelce thinks Mahomes is the best quarterback. Just
Sure.
like I think, this person's gonna, I don't really put stock into that.
So what'll be interesting is what he has to say after training camp and stuff, seeing Tua, in OTAs and stuff like that. If it changes his mind about Tua a little bit.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
He was caught
So
up
do
in the
you think that
moment.
that was mental warfare on Jordan Poyer's behalf, helping the Dolphins by hyping up another quarterback in order to play mental mind games with our quarterback by thinking, hey, man,
Well,
you know
remember what Elliott
In a
did, Cap?
roundabout way, maybe it was.
Remember
Yeah,
what Elliott said?
maybe it
Wasn't
was.
it Elliott that said, Lamar Jackson, come on, come join me?
bro, the year before that, a player to be named or a player that was not named, I'm wasting my best years here. That's like 3 years in a row.
I think that was Byron
Yeah.
Jones.
Hey, if it motivates Tua more to have somebody like Poyer talking trash, I'm cool.
Listen, Tyreek was with Mahomes and they won the Super Bowl, right? Tyreek goes to the Dolphins. He hasn't even won a playoff game yet. Mahomes wins 2 Super Bowls without Tyreek.
Yeah,
I mean,
that may
Well,
be
Tyreek said Tua was the most accurate quarterback. He didn't say he was the best quarterback.
Yeah, I just think, man, I think these Dolphin fans, including all of y'all, except for maybe one person on this panel, just sees Tua differently than people that are non-biased. I really do. I mean, you know how I feel. I think it's the system.
Okay. I think a lot of people look, just to kind of back your point. I think a lot of people look at Tua like Dak Prescott. Like he's a decent quarterback, but he's not going to get the job done.
Right. We look at him like using the eye test because we're not biased. So we use the eye test. And when you use the eye test,
I'm not biased.
Well, hold on, CT. Let me finish.
A stretch.
When you
You're
use the eye
biased just
test
toward another character.
Fuck Josh Allen. I'm not talking about Josh Allen. Take him out of it. Just with all the other quarterbacks, bro. Like you can, if you're not biased, you can look at the tape and you can see a significant gap between Tua's talent and a Mahomes or any other like elite, what I would consider an elite quarterback with elite throwing ability.
Real quick, when Tua is on, he looks really, really good. Dude.
The system, yeah, it's a good system.
He's on. When he's looking good. He's looking really good.
It's a good system, but Tua's not a truck; he's a trailer.
It's only the intangibles. I mean, it's the off-platform throws and the rushing. That's the only thing that the other guys have over Tua.
Yeah, I could agree with that. Yeah, there's no wow factor with Tua.
How about they're more healthy?
I mean,
I wouldn't say that. I think that they fight through the injuries really well.
But then you can
Both
make
Mahomes
the
and Allen.
argument if you say that Burrow's in that elite category. Well, he can't stay healthy to save his life. He's been more
I don't
injured than
consider
Tua.
Burrow an elite quarterback. Burrow is overhyped.
I don't understand how everybody just downplays the eye test and Super Bowl wins nowadays, man. Or Super Bowl appearances. I don't understand how people downplay those. It's bad enough people downplay winning the division. Now getting to the Super Bowl is not recognized or relevant anymore.
No, it absolutely is, but that doesn't change the fact that Cap for life, irregardless of that, there are numerous examples of quarterbacks who, again, for example, Jared Goff, right? Worst winning percentage, but yes, he was on 2 different teams that were stacked with defense. And you sit here and say, okay, he made it to the championship game. Now, the question is did he make it to the championship game based on his accomplishments or the accomplishments of the rest of the team? Now, at that same time, like we said when you hopped off, it's a situation where if Tua wins and still plays well, it's because of his weapons, quote unquote. But when he plays bad, it's Tua's fault. So it's this people from the outside looking in think again.
Well, you said the same thing. CT.
You're gonna blame one way or the other, but not say that again. It has anything to do with the talent of Tua. Just like Amicus over here. Oh, it's the scheme. Oh, it's the weapons.
But
Oh, it's
CT,
this.
think about what you're saying. If it is about the weapons in the scheme, then obviously he would get the blame if it didn't go well. You see what I'm saying? It's the opposite.
It kind of got you.
The reasons I don't believe in the Super Bowls and stuff is that after almost 40 years of watching football, I've watched one of the best passers in the NFL ever, and he didn't win a Super Bowl, and sometimes the best players don't win.
Yeah, true.
Oh, it's a team game.
It is.
Yeah.
I get that, man, and that's understandable. Everybody's not going to win. I get that, but I mean, look, I'm not gonna go any further. You have a point. I'm not gonna argue that, but man, give me something. Just don't give me a passing record as an accomplishment.
Right.
Yeah.
No, Cap, I know what you want to say. You want to say, I want to fucking win. Point blank. I want a Super Bowl ring. We want a fucking parade in Miami around
I don't
that.
think Cap would just take a playoff win at this
You don't
point.
think last year fucking hurt to see those guys come down here, and
yeah,
then all of a sudden in our home, all we see is a sea of blue, winning the division? You don't think that
but
shit
bro,
hurt?
Buffalo Bills Mafia does that with every stadium.
I get that, but Amicus, we had the division locked.
Yeah, you did.
It's happened to us more than once. It happened to us a few years ago. All we had to do was beat Buffalo or the Jets or something. Remember that year, Cap?
No, last year it all came down to the fucking Titans game.
Bro, this is your best year to do it, man. I mean, if you don't do it this year.
No, look, CT was right, and I was arguing with him in the beginning because I was in denial, and I kept saying to myself, this is a rebuild. CT said, look, man, you and I both know that's bullshit. If anything, right now, we've been saying it for 3 years. Now we can say it with utmost doubt, confidence. This is the year.
This
Whether
is
we
the
like
year.
to hear it or not, with all the crap we're going through, if we don't win now,
I mean,
I don't know I'm going to stay quiet if we don't win. And I promise you with all my heart, bro, you guys have heard me go from not nuclear to nuclear. If something goes wrong this season, I will be mute. I will be mute. I will put a zipper on my mouth and I will be mute. That's how serious.
Yeah, no, Cap, you're right. Because listen, this is the year because the Bills are in a bit of a transition. Now, I still think they'll win the division, barely, but it is a bit of a transition. But after this year, man, like we're set for success. So you got to do it this year.
Have you ever had somebody annoy you to the point where you're like, God damn, man, why is this guy always annoying? Why is this guy always on my ass? If that guy's not on your ass anymore, that means you have a problem. And that means nobody cares about you anymore.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that again we're at the point where I agree in multifacets. Whether it's Mike McDaniel and the repetitive issues, we have to see growth, not stagnation. It's the same shit with Tua. It's the same shit with the special teams. It's all of this shit.
Stagnant.
Right.
We've got a lot of weapons this year, Cap.
I don't know why we're not set for at least another 2 or 3 years.
No, dude, that's a great word. Stagnant.
Tua's going to get his contract. Waddle will get his. Phillips should get his. Holland can go fuck himself.
I mean, it just depends on how Greer plays with the money and what he does, and how these draft picks, develop and turn out. And that's really kind of where we're at. Is if these guys don't work out, then you're gonna be forced to spend more fucking money on veterans, established veterans, and you can only do that shit for so fucking long.
Well, that's why McDaniel.
To Greer's credit, he does good at that, though. To Greer's credit, he's good at free agents. The problem is they just don't stay healthy.
Yeah. Yeah, because they're old and beat up.
See,
But he has to overpay them because he can't get it through the draft and through developing. He's forced to fucking pay for it.
but that's why I like Mike McDaniel, because the way he looks at it, which kind of is the way I look at it on defense, is your pass rushers is what makes your fucking defense. It's not your high-priced fucking cornerbacks and stuff, because if the rush is getting to the quarterback's off his spots and throwing the ball,
Yeah,
fuck it up.
that's not McDaniel. That's Greer. And me and Bleezy were saying this for almost half the season. Defensive ends have always been Greer. The draft, you know for a fact that was Greer. That was not McKenzie. That was not Allen.
Yeah.
That was Greer.
Yep.
Well, no, what I'm saying, Cap, is McDaniel came out and says he wants to draft a fucking edge rusher every single pick.
Yeah, but so does Greer.
So,
Cap.
I mean, to me, that's the important part of the defense is the edge rushers. So,
Yeah, no doubt.
just
no
my
doubt.
opinion.
No doubt. But the thing
Well,
is,
hell
name
yeah,
all the
man.
edge rushers. Name all the edge rushers he's gone after.
Well, you got
What,
Phillips, you got Chubb, you have
Now we got a bunch. Now
you got Chop, you have
You can say
Kamara.
Olivier, you can say Audric, you can say Jordan. He scouted all these guys. All these guys, regardless if he was GM or not, he scouted all of them. Let's keep going down the names. That's more than 7 guys so far in the span of 8 years. I'm not even mentioning Charles Harris because nobody wants to give him Charles Harris.
Well,
But-
Charles Harris left the Dolphins and played pretty good.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying that was his pursuit.
But, yeah,
That's
but
always
he's a
that's
first round
always
pick.
been his white whale. That has always been his white whale. Edge rusher.
Okay. I hadn't really thought about it. I mean, he got it with Jalen Phillips.
I've never heard that term before, white whale. Can you explain?
Well, we
That's like
did.
a terminology. That's a terminology Tobin. That's Brandon Tobin's terminology from the Miami Heat beat. He works in the 560 WQAM. He always says when Pat Riley goes after big free agent, he calls them whales. So basically, every time Pat Riley goes after a whale, he'll call him like what Pat Riley went after his white whale in free agency.
I gotcha.
Big deal, the real deal. The difference maker.
Yeah,
Hey,
and the
Jalen-
thing though is this. I mean, you can't. I'm sorry, but Charles Harris couldn't stop smoking weed like Ricky Williams. So I mean,
I get that, but I didn't draft him the first round.
and that's
Yeah.
more. But that was my point that I'm making. Is okay to Green Rat's point. Yeah, he went on to play well in what was it, Seattle? I think he ended up at or
Detroit.
something like that.
Detroit.
And Detroit, whatever. But the thing is you couldn't stop smoking weed, so you never played a fucking down for us.
I get that, but what I'm saying is
Chris Greer drafted that.
Yeah, he wants edge rushers.
It's like, dude, when you were interviewing people and whatever, all this shit, you were asking one guy about his crackhead mom, but you couldn't ask Charles Harris if he stopped smoking weed or not. Like, how do you not know this shit?
Let me ask you this. How is it you're going to draft AVG and not know if he's a linebacker or an edge rusher, and then you finally find out he's good at the edge, and then you get rid of him?
AVG left because he wanted to move back home.
I get that, but he was an edge rusher / hybrid, and he left.
Yeah, and we also have the ability to play Brandon Jones in that role, and we didn't. But is that on Vic Fangio's refusal to play, Brandon Jones and or a Nick Needham in a blitzing role where
Well,
they
let
can
me tell you
stack the
this.
box
Brandon
and have
Jones-
better coverage?
Brandon
Then
Jones has
stay
got
Jerome
paid by
Baker.
Denver. Brandon Jones has got paid by Denver almost $25 million guaranteed. Who was it? Antoine Winfield got offered almost $45 million in guaranteed money from the Bucks. I think Brandon Jones got paid pretty heftily leaving Miami.
He made, if I believe correctly, it averaged $7 million a year. So it's not like he got paid ridiculous. He made like 5.5 years. They paid him $7 a year. So I mean, it's like, dude, it's not like they overpaid him. The thing is even when we had injuries at linebacker, you didn't use him, even though he would have been a great fucking person to try to fill that role. Or when Baker was struggling in coverage, you could have used it. But if you're not going to use him, why in the fuck are you going to pay him? You might as well not sign him if you're not going to use him.
No, I get that. But what I'm saying is, it's just like we're complaining about safety. We're complaining about edge rushers. But these guys are leaving here. And granted, the market is crazy, so they're getting paid. I get that. You're taking advantage. But, you know, when Brandon Jones played at the end of the season, nobody wanted him to play, and he played pretty damn good. ABG, he wasn't even going to come back if Fangio didn't beg him to come back, and he played pretty damn good. But then you got rid of them all.
Yeah, and I think with the Brandon Jones thing, I really think it came down to, you know, you have the ability to use him, even with the
Javon Holland was out for a month, CT.
Yeah, I'm aware, and that's where I was trying to say, though, is Brandon Jones, the first game he came back, just like Nick Needham, they're both first or second games back were not very good. But, yeah, once they get into football shape again, they were both playing extremely well. Part of that is on Fangio as well. How in the fuck does Nick Needham, you know, outplay Kader Kohu, but yet you're still fucking putting Kohu in there instead of Nick Needham? So there's a lot of fucking blame to go around.
It's now we're naming all these guys that left. ABG and Brandon, they were in their mid-20s, late 20s. I don't even think they were cracking 30. I mean, now we got two guys there in their mid-30s.
Yeah.
Right. On a 1-year deal.
Shaq Barrett and Poyer.
Right.
Yeah, and that's something that we talked about, you know, as much as we give shit to Green Rat, you know, he brought up this Cooper DeJean guy, and then we started watching him. I was like, fuck yeah, I'm down with that, but he went edge rusher instead. And the only hope you have there is that Chop works out for you, or Kamara, or both, but that you can then maybe at the trade deadline get rid of Bradley Chubb, get some fucking money back, get a couple picks back.
That CT that you keep bringing up looks more and more realistic. If things do work out or they don't, that's a chip that the Dolphins can have by the trade deadline.
Yeah, but the problem is you got to hope that Kamara is going to turn into what you think he is, and it's not going to take him very long to do so. Because even Jalen Phillips, what took 1.5 years before he started really coming on.
Yeah, but to Greer's credit, he double dipped. That's good. You went after Kamara because you weren't sure about Chop.
Yeah, no, it's a great double dip. And if you saw the video today, Cap, did you see how much bigger Kamara is than Chop?
Bro, I heard the guy got like 13 sacks in one season. Chop got 13 and 3.
Dude, if you watch that video, they have a training video, and the first guy up is Kamara, and he hits the bag and goes to the side like a fucking boss. And then the next guy up is Chop. He's like half the size of Kamara.
Bro, I'm hearing a lot of
things, bro. Thinking about this whole Chop Robinson thing, you got to realize too, and just popped into my head, Big Ten football is a lot of running the fucking football. It's not a passing league in the Big Ten. A few teams do, but the majority of them run the ball a lot.
Well,
yeah, because they
no downfield throwing. I mean, the ball gets out quickly when they do throw it. It's completely different than what you guys watch down there.
They say Chop, the reason he got Chop was because of his pursuit on the run, and then he plays low, he doesn't play high because of his low body of build, the gravity and all that stuff. So he's good off the edge. That's why he has that high snap off the edge.
I'm a Hawkeye fan and always have been, and it pisses me off that we suck so bad. But I watched Chop take our center and put him about 8 feet back in the backfield right on top of our quarterback. I mean, the kid's explosive as hell. So I think they're going to move him around a lot. I wouldn't doubt seeing him right in the fucking middle where sometimes Long plays.
Damn.
I think they're going to move him everywhere. he'll be over the nose tack or the center every
Get
once in a
outta
while.
here.
I'm sure they're going to
Fuck
move
outta
him
here.
around.
Chop's going to be over the nose.
Well, think about how quick he is. What the fuck is the
Good.
center going to do?
Go straight to the quarterback.
He's
I
fucking
love it.
right.
I love it.
He's gonna hike the ball, and the motherfucker's gonna be a foot past him.
Chop will be in the
So,
backfield.
so when they drafted him, did I hear the name linebacker next to his? Did I hear the position linebacker when they drafted him?
That's just me kind of wondering, size wise, if he could play the position. And
Is he gonna stand up?
I think.
He's as big as fucking.
He might have been labeled a linebacker.
He's as big as Long is. Long Junior. They're the same size.
He was edge coming out from what I saw, but I think somebody may have called him a linebacker. I don't know.
Yeah, they called him an outside linebacker / D end. They just edge rusher. He's still a fucking.
To me, they're all the same.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on the defense. If it's a 4-3 or 3-4, that's
Right.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about. Just, I mean, they can name it whatever the fuck they want, but they have him rushing. They're not asking him to drop.
It's the what? Versatile. They like to throw versatile.
Yeah, but really, it's the same fucking position, though. That's the problem. So in reality, it doesn't matter. You're not gonna ask Kamara or fucking Chop Robinson to cover somebody in the fucking flats like that. That's not gonna work very well.
No, if they moved him back there, it's for expecting the run, and they're gonna fucking send him on the blitz.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what that kind of like AVG did. I think they're gonna use them very similar.
We'll see, man. Because I think that again, I thought that's why we brought in the one guy, the other outside linebacker that can blitz. No, not the drafted one, the one that we signed in the offseason.
Shaq
Barrett. No, the other one. He was
one from the Seahawks.
I think it was the second guy that we signed when we signed him back to back.
I think he's from the Seahawks, I believe.
Yeah,
I can't think of his name right now.
Yeah, he was supposed to be the one that you'd be able to drop back into coverage in the flats, a la a Jerome Baker kind of outside linebacker. And the thing is, so if that's the case, then you don't need fucking 3 of them. You only need 2 of those. You want one guy that's going to be consistently a passer, run rusher.
Yeah, but from what I keep hearing from everybody, Weaver runs people in and out all the time. So the more players that play the different positions, I mean, I think it's going to take a while. So I think our defense will start slow. But yeah, I think all those guys are going to be interchangeable.
That'll be interesting. I mean, not to see the drop off, from fucking Baker to who was it? He got injured. Cameron Good, even though Cameron Good couldn't snip the fucking field, but then you go from
at the end of the year.
Yeah,
Cameron Good. Yeah, I forgot about Cameron Good. That's another defensive
Cam Good.
Bro, Channing Tindall sucks. Cameron Good sucks. I mean,
but see, this might be a defense that Tindall. Go ahead, Cap.
I'm holding reservations on Good yet. I'm holding judgment on that one.
What about Tindall?
Man, I haven't seen him at all. Bro. I don't even know. Is he still on this team?
Yeah,
he plays special teams. He's one of our better special teams players, to be honest.
All right, well,
but I see with the way that
I'll give him leeway. I'll give him a little bit of leeway, but that's it.
Not for a 3rd round pick. For a 3rd round pick to be essentially a core special teams guy, I think that's not a good draft pick in the 3rd round.
But what I was
agree.
getting
Look, you
at,
let Duke Riley take his. If that's the problem, you take Duke Riley. If that's the problem. If that's the issue, you get Duke. If we're gonna have a question mark again with
Crazy is we took
Duke Riley wrote his check out of fucking Miami when he couldn't fucking cover that fucking route
you don't think he's coming back?
Buffalo and the Cowboys and the Ravens all
lay
used.
on him about five
They're
times in a
saying
row.
one of the reasons OBJ came to Miami was because of what's his name?
Tua?
No, the Duke Riley.
Oh, Duke Riley?
Yeah,
Well,
I think
Duke
they're
Riley
women are
go to
friends.
LSU? Did he go to LSU or something? He probably did.
I think their women are friends too. I think they got like social media.
I wonder if Duke probably went to LSU. That's probably
Well, it was rumored that Odell picked Miami over the Chiefs and the Bills. They were in talks with both of them, and the Bills and the Chiefs have two of the top quarterbacks in the league, obviously. And Von Miller is a Bill, right? And OBJ and Von Miller are very, very good friends. So there must have been. There was a big reason, man, because here's the thing. Y'all were talking about the incentives and the targets, right? I don't see him hitting those incentives for the catches, man. I mean, it's just
went to LSU.
I believe it's probably Mike McDaniel. I think OBJ might just like the offensive.
OBJ went to LSU. So,
I mean, he's just not going to get the ball, man, and that's what he wants is the ball. So there must be another reason.
what?
I mean, we don't know what the incentives are, right? Like, how many incentives are there?
No, CT, he ran him off earlier.
I mean, OBJ wants to go to a good team that has a chance to win the Super Bowl, and he knows we're the real deal.
He picked the Dolphins over the Bills and the Chiefs. If he wanted to win a Super Bowl, he would have gone to the Chiefs.
No, that's what I'm saying. He picked us over the Bills and the Chiefs because he wants to win a Super Bowl.
Oh, okay.
Right, because Bleezy's saying we're winning the Super Bowl. Get it right, Amicus. Jeez.
Yeah. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah.
That's it.
No, I think
it's our coach, Amicus,
I think
honestly.
the Bills said, look,
yeah.
The Bills told the OBJ, look, we got some money for you, but it's the same amount that we're going to offer Chase Claypool. Take it or leave it. And he said, all right, I'm going to Miami. And then right after that, Buffalo signed Claypool. So it's like.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
Claypool did not do shit for us last year.
Unless
I missed something.
Watch what happens this year in this offense. Claypool, he's going to, yeah.
No, your guy's gonna be freaking the tight end. What's his name?
Kincaid.
Kincaid. That's gonna be your go-to guy.
He will be. Yeah.
Knox.
We'll play. No? We're gonna play a lot of 12 personnel, and Josh Allen he's gonna distribute the ball to multiple receivers. There's no alpha male that demands the ball now. So and that's why we won the division last year. Because
what do you think, Green Rat, is Stephon Diggs the number one wide receiver?
According to Greg Cosell,
absolutely a number one.
Well, Greg Cosell, senior NFL analyst of 50 years, says the opposite.
The son of a bitch is senile now, Amicus. Come on.
Well, okay, I mean, we can pretend and play around all we want, but I mean, that's all the fucking guy does is watch film. And not only that, NFL teams throughout the draft over many, many years go to him and ask for his advice. I mean, it's just ludicrous, some of the shit that we think and say. Bro, he's not a fucking number one.
Too. That doesn't mean he knows what the fuck he's watching.
The tape show. Okay, all right. So now,
Amicus, what was his name?
Greg Cosell.
Isn't he the guy that his grandson was the guy who found NFL films? Isn't he the guy who found all 22 film?
I don't know that part, but he works for NFL Films for the past 50 years. Yeah.
I think that guy was the same guy who said originally that the Dolphins should not pay Tua. I think he's the guy that's in charge of all, because he's in charge of NFL Films.
Oh, so what I see is happening here is dude is a Bills fan.
Pretty much.
Since
the company's headquarters is in New York.
Right, yeah, I got it. Never mind.
Yep.
It all makes
Hey,
sense
can you
to
look
me
that
now,
up?
Amicus.
Bro, pull up the
Can you
fucking
look that
tapes.
up?
You can't
Because
watch it. It's like a 3-minute clip.
I am pulling his shit up. It says Cassell attended Amherst College, where he played basketball.
No, I'm not
After
talking about that.
applying,
I'm talking about the clip. You can pull up the clip. He goes into detail and just talks about. See, the thing I love about Greg Cosell is he keeps all of his opinions and personal beliefs out of it. He just monitors film. He says that the film shows that Diggs is not a true number one. Now, he's a number one on a team, right? Like he was a number one wide receiver on the Bills, but as far as the title of true number one, he was not. Not like a Devontae Adams, not like a Justin Jefferson, et cetera. He's just not. He doesn't have that skill set.
Hey, this is becoming one of my favorite quotes of all time. Cat for life.
Shit, here we go.
Cat for life. Check this quote out. When you believe something's true, you'll find evidence for it. Unquote. Tony Robbins, 2024.
Yeah, it's called cognitive dissonance.
That's becoming one of my favorite quotes of all time right there.
I thought it was called Bill's bullshit.
When you believe something's true, you'll find evidence for it.
Yeah, that's cognitive dissonance. That's Psych 101.
All right. Go ahead.
I also, there's another terminology that is show me who you really are, and I'll believe you.
Walk the walk, don't talk the talk.
Fucking
Hey, CT, you should throw my avatar up on the fucking screen for Amicus.
There you go. I already did. I did it earlier, but Amicus wasn't paying no attention.
Hey, he going to New York, bro.
Oh shit.
Is he really?
He got options, but New York gonna want him after the collapse they had.
Bro, he's not leaving LA.
Going to New York.
He's not leaving LA. Absolutely not.
I could see him going to wanting to go to New York.
No chance in hell. He's going to play 2 more years to be with the Lakers. We're going to draft Bronny, his son, and that's that.
I heard Cleveland wants some players from the Heat. Is that true?
Hello?
What?
Who was that question to? The panel or somebody
the panel
that understands basketball?
And Mitchell, Donovan from Cleveland.
Yeah. No, Donovan's coming to LA.
Is that my boy from the Cavs, number 45?
No. I don't think so.
Is that 45 from the Cavs?
Well, Donovan
No,
Mitchell's
Mitchell is, I
for the
think-
Cavs.
I forgot what number Mitchell is.
Yeah, I don't remember
Let me
what number it is.
Google it. Hold on.
He's probably number 45. That's the guy. I've watched one NBA game all year, and it was Orlando against Cleveland, and I was like, that motherfucker number 45 is a boss.
Yeah, it's that's him. That's Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah,
He's coming to LA.
I was like,
Yeah, his number's 45. I just looked it up. Yeah, he's
like,
45.
I mean, I don't watch much NBA, but I was like, yeah, I'll take him on my team all day, any day.
Oh yeah, Spider's legit.
Dude's for real.
There you go, man.
But yeah, man, that guy Cosell, I remember hearing his name years ago, man, and everybody used to tell me that he knows his film, and then I started hearing stuff about him being like the founder of All 22, but I didn't know if that was true or not. But now you're bringing up his name, I need to know and confirm that.
Greg Cosell is widely considered one of the greatest film analysts of all time. I mean, like I said, during the combines, every GM, like he has meetings with all the GMs. They all look to his advice and shit. And here's the thing: he doesn't really give advice. He just tells you what the film says. Like that's all he does. He just tells you what the film says. Like,
Let's
if
follow
you,
the pattern.
Is he related to Howard Cosell?
no.
Okay.
He's related to the guy who I think who created NFL Films or something like
He
that. I
is.
think there's
He
something
is.
related to him.
All that I love those shows.
He is the nephew of Howard Cosell.
He is? No shit. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
he's the nephew of Howard Cosell. Yeah.
Wow.
There you go. Sweet.
Never heard that. But no,
So-
man, but he, I mean, he fucking knows his shit, man. And he, according to him, Diggs is not a true number one.
So, Amicus, is there any
Oh,
Bills
yeah, the Howard
news
Cosell
since you've been pretty quiet tonight?
Yeah, they had a charity softball event, and
Yeah, you said that, kind of, sort of.
yeah. Yeah, Micah Hyde is still on the fence. He came out and made a quote. He said that it's either Bills or retirement, so he's not going to play for anybody else. He's either going to retire or play for Buffalo, and I think it's basically going to come down to the money. He's
You know what? Hey, we're too busy talking about us. You need to figure out about your situation, man. Your window's the size of a mouse hole right now.
well. That's that. Listen, Josh Allen is the fucking window, Cap. Let's get that straight. First off,
Yeah. Okay.
second off, that's why I said this is your year. Like, if you're going to do it, you're going to have to win the division this year, because after this year, you're fucked for the next 5.
Hey, you don't say that, all right?
How, the next 5.
True.
How
Yeah.
you figure that? You're fucked for the next 5.
No, bro. Come on now.
You fucking tell him, Bleezy.
Yeah.
True. It's true. We're trending up. The Bills are trending down.
Who's the Jets' backup quarterback?
Yeah, only the
Jets-
Dolphin
the
fans
Jets'
think
backup
this.
quarterback?
But I got receipts when we win that fucking division for the 5th straight year. I got all the receipts, because that's all you motherfuckers talk about is how the Bills. Y'all said that shit last year. Every platform. Who's those cats? Who's the Larry L or whatever? They all
Well,
said it.
if the referees would have actually called shit the right way, you guys would have been 3 games behind us.
Cap, we gotta get Larry. We gotta find Larry L. Get him on this show.
Yeah. Y'all said that Frazier, the soft fire in the Frazier would affect the defense, but McDermott's defense was better last year. I mean, it's just everything y'all said was the fucking opposite.
Okay, but yeah, you okay, look, okay, all right, okay. So you can say you win the division, but you say that every freaking year. What else do you do besides that?
Well, we win the fucking division. I mean,
That's it.
yeah.
That's all they do.
Yeah. It's better than not winning the division, Dolphins.
Bro,
You know, the Bills only
We
beat
win playoff
in the
games every
playoffs.
fucking
all
year.
I gotta do is flash
Join
a
the
jersey
party.
of Kansas City. I gotta flash a Kansas City jersey to your whole offensive line, and it gets like the vampire seeing sunlight and shit, man.
Yeah, I wish it was colder.
Hey, Dan, that was good. That was pretty good. Shit, I'll give him that one.
It was pretty good.
I got no comeback for that shit. That was pretty good. Damn good.
I love you, Cat. You're my boy.
Playoffs.
Hold
The
on.
Bills have only beat a 1 to a 5 seed one time. All their wins is against 6 and 7 seed teams. So really,
Isn't
they're
it-
not doing fucking much in the playoffs.
Green
I know,
Rat.
but
Oh,
Green
so
Rat.
what are they doing? Are they beating the shitty teams?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
They're playing.
Okay.
They're beating
Well-
the shitty playoff teams.
Hey,
And
did y'all
losing
have
to
a
the
winning
Cowboys.
record last year? Because you were 1-6 against playoff teams, or actually teams with winning records, right? So wouldn't you be beating the
Yeah,
shitty
but
teams
you
too?
lost all the
Like,
shitty fucking
What I don't
teams.
understand is why would y'all come against the Bills when you lose the fucking, like, pick a different team. But win a playoff game, win a division, and beat a team over 500, or shut the fuck up.
Green Rat's
But-
coming in with receipts.
But we're the
Didn't you
ones
guys
that
do
make the
nothing?
teams under 500. Amicus.
You guys lost to the Jets.
Yeah, we did. You ain't lying.
You lost to the Broncos.
Yeah.
crushed.
You should have lost to the Jags
Yeah, and then we won 6 in a row and
down.
took the fucking division
against good teams.
from a
You
team
can't
that
write
fucking.
this shit.
What are you talking about? We beat you. We beat the Eagles. We beat the Chiefs.
That's what I
The fuck are
said.
you talking? Oh, okay. All right.
You beat the shitty, or you lost to the shitty teams.
Right.
And you beat. I mean, you can't write this shit.
Yeah, I know. It is a little
story
odd.
for a year of how our two teams were last year.
Well, we played to our competition, unfortunately. Hopefully we don't do that this year.
Right?
Look, the only thing that I think you guys did that was beneficial, which I hate to say, was your offensive coordinator upgrade. Because I've always liked that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. But besides that, you need to get your shit together, man, as far as with everything else, because your running game is still suspect.
Hey, Cap. Stop the cap. Stop the cap.
I like Cook. I like him.
Do you like Ray Davis out of Kentucky?
Are you going to use him as a premier back and not let Josh run the ball?
We will use Cook and Ray Davis in tandem, and it will be beautiful.
And you're not going to use Josh running the ball.
And we reserve that superpower for the playoffs.
That superpower is for us. Get it right. But I remember you, Amicus, saying something the other night about your coach doesn't like playing rookies unless he absolutely has to.
Well, we didn't play our first round pick, Kyer. He still has never seen the fucking field, really.
Oh, they used Kincaid.
So since you drafted all these players that you think are really good, but they're not going to play.
Well, Cole Bishop will play this year. Well, listen, do you remember Mikey? Everything he fucking said, it was the opposite. You know, he said it wasn't Dorsey's fault. Clearly, it was Dorsey's fault. He said that Torrance, our second round pick guard, wouldn't fucking play or start. Yeah, he started. I mean, listen, if you want.
Hey,
I try to
I'm
tell
just saying, you kind of came off and said all these rookies aren't going to play, but yet you're saying all these rookies are going to contribute a lot this year. So
who's y'all's backup quarterback? QB2.
Well, Bean's getting better at drafting Green Rat. That's the
okay.
QB2.
McDermott still has to play him though.
Yeah, what do you call it? QB2 is Mitch Trubisky back for his second tenure with the Buffalo Bills. Yes.
Trubisky's your QB2?
Yeah, that's pretty good, ain't it?
Maybe.
You guys bad?
Luckily, we have a quarterback that can get hit by a fucking Mack truck and still play.
Hey, I gave him credit earlier, did I not?
We're going to get him this year, bro.
Bro, this fucking guy's a lab-created cyborg. He don't go down.
Hey, Cap, I'm glad we've got them week 2, Thursday night primetime, because that's going to set the tone for our season.
I got y'all winning that game. We're going
to spank that ass, and we're going to fucking build some momentum. We're going to get a bunch of wins early in the year. I could see us maybe taking a little stumble somewhere mid-year or late. We're going to make the fucking postseason.
Hey, Bleezy, this is for Cat because he's actually a very objective Dolphins fan, and I appreciate his takes. He doesn't have those fucking Tua goggles on like most of you fuckers. So this is for you, Cat.
Don't get it twisted. I want those goggles. I want them.
I know you do, but you're just being truthful. I get it. But here's to you, Cap. I have one thing to tell you. We are in a transitional year. Right? We have to build chemistry with this wide receiver group. We got some new pieces on defense. So we also have a very difficult schedule, 6th hardest in the NFL. And I don't want to get into this, CT, because I know what you're going to say. But here's a fact. Because we won the division and y'all choked it to us, we get to play Kansas City and you get to play the Raiders. So you have no excuse. You have to win the division this year. If you don't, it tells you exactly what you are.
You got to play the Ravens too, don't you?
Oh, we got to play them all, buddy. We got to play them all. And we're still going to win the division.
Pittsburgh got screwed, man. Pittsburgh is going, they got
we're going to lose to y'all in week 2, but we're still going to win the division. It's going to be sad. It's going to be a tough year for you Dolphin fans. I hope you're prepared.
Hey, man, tough time make tough people.
That's why we're so tough. Why do you think it's going to be so tough for us, dude? I think we're going to be.
I think you have a quarterback issue. I've told y'all this for 3 years now. But nobody fucking listens.
We know
At this point in time, we're too late in the game right now. We're too deep. We're in too deep right now. We're too invested,
you're right.
bro.
Yeah, y'all about to make him the highest paid quarterback in the NFL, and I have already told my family that we're throwing a fucking party as soon as the news breaks. Oh, I got the balloons and the noisemakers ready, baby.
You don't do that.
Of course, fucking Amicus would have the fucking little noisemakers.
Do they even make those anymore?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Party
City, baby. Party City. We're ready. The kids are excited, man.
He's got the little stream. He's got the stream poppers and fucking.
In fact, my 9-year-old came up to me today and said, "Daddy, has those pesky Dolphins paid that Tua guy yet? That big sum of money?" And I said, "No, not yet, my boy, not yet. But it's coming. It's coming." He said, "Will you let us know, Daddy, when it happens?
Bullshit!
Because
You're
we're ready to party."
corn cob pipe smoking ass. Your kids don't know how to talk yet.
I may have to go down there that Thursday night and see what's going on in that camp. I'm undefeated at Dolphins games. That's a fact. Thursday night against the Bills, I may have to show up for that bitch.
I told you I'm coming down there. I'm coming down there, Bleezy.
You're going to that game?
I'm going to that fucking game. I've already talked to the wife. We're going to plan like a whole fucking Florida vacation around there. We're going to go down there, watch Thursday night football. Then we're going to stay Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. She is a beach girl, so she's never been to the beach in Miami. We're going to make a whole trip out of it.
You guys come down, man. I'll let you know where to go.
I will, man. I'd like to meet up with a couple of you.
It's a much better game to go to, Amicus, that your family would just love.
Listen, I took my wife.
Miami Packers game.
Hey, my wife sat in the stadium while the Jaguars beat us 9-6. All right. There's nothing that can happen in Miami week 2 that is worse than that fucking day. I assure you we will score more than 6 points in Miami. I promise you.
It was cold, bro.
Man, Thursday night.
Don't bet on it.
I was at the Ravens game last Thursday night. And Cap saw me. I was on live with him and Chachi.
That was a good game, bro. That was the comeback.
Yeah, I was in the building. That's the night Robert Hunt went fucking head over heels.
Hey, you talked to Chachi? You still talking to him?
No, man. Where's Chachi?
He disappeared. Yeah, he ghost, bro.
I know. We gotta find. He posted a video like about a year ago, but it wasn't like a dolphin. He was doing some shit. I saw a pop.
I gotta find him, man. I gotta find Big John and see if he's still okay,
yeah,
bro.
Man, we gotta get Chachi up here. Tell Chachi we'll bring him on as a special guest, man. I like that.
Him and Gio disappeared too.
Oh, I know. Gio went ghost, but I don't know what happened with him and Batman. I really have no idea. But
hey, Batman still doing the spaces? You guys still do the spaces?
I mean, I jump on there every once in a while. I don't get in there very often.
Let me ask you a question. Why doesn't Batman do his YouTube channel anymore?
That's something you need to ask him.
Well, I was just curious if y'all knew.
Yeah,
yes, I do know.
Batman's my boy, dude. I'm great.
Batman's dating a girl with a kid.
Yeah, he's
he doesn't have time. He works all day and then he goes and spends time with them. So
okay.
Batman, shout out to Batman. When I went to the I think it was the Texans game, and I was partying with him and MCJB, Batman bought me like 6 beers that day. Every time I turned around, he was like, "Bleezy, here's a beer." And dude, those beers are like $12 a pop in that bitch.
No, look, let me tell you something. Me and Batman have gone at it, bro. Like he has his stance, and I respect his stance because he's never moved from it. That's my brother, bro. That guy looks out for everybody. If anybody ever comes down to the stadium, bro, he lets you know where to go, where to be, where's the place to be, bro. And whenever he goes through his things in life, bro, the only thing that makes him better is us, bro. It's
Yeah.
community,
And
bro.
C-Cap,
Yeah,
you
he
may
seems
know
like a fun person to hang out with for sure.
Oh, dude, I had
Yeah,
so much fun, dude, when I was partying at that game. And Batman's like a social butterfly. He bounces around to everybody. He was like talking to he was,
Yeah.
he was all over the whole section, the whole game, partying.
Yeah, bro. He loves it, bro. He loves it. He loves networking. He loves doing the radio stuff.
Yeah.
It's bro. He's a good dude, bro. Like sincere, bro. Like he's come to my crib. I never show people where I live, bro. I'm real like anal about that shit, bro. But he's home team, bro. He's always been home team.
Yeah. No,
Larry. That's when everybody brings up Larry. Larry is the reason, bro, that we all know each other, basically, man.
You're right. We gotta find Larry, Cap.
But Larry L he just stopped doing it, huh? He didn't make a new channel.
I think he lost he lost it, man. He lost the mojo, man. He just, he was all positive, man, and I think we fucked him up, man. Like all the negativity we brought around and stuff, man.
Nah, man, he got his channel taken away like we did, and he did. From what I understood, I think it was Irvin who said that he came on. I think it was a Phins tailgate one time and said, "Look, I don't have the time to reinvest all that time that I did and all that shit."
Cap, you're exactly right, spot on. We all linked up, and it was mainly because of Larry's Saturday night streams.
The BYOB, baby.
Oh my God, those are the best streams ever, man. And
hell yeah,
Cap. I think
let me tell you something. You got some shady individuals and people that use film against you. Like we've all come off a camera and shown our faces during those time frames during COVID. And let me tell you something. I have no regret, bro. I'll never have any regret, bro. We had some good times, bro. There were good memories, bro.
Oh my God, it was awesome.
Hell yeah,
it was awesome, man. And I think Cap, and I think you might agree, with Larry, and I don't blame him, but he made a decision to quit doing his Saturday night show. And that was kind of his crown jewel, man. Because I love, and he was like, guys, I'm not going to do my Saturday night show anymore. I'm just going to do, and then we were all like, okay, man, whatever. And then all of a sudden, he went from Tuesday to Thursday to Monday to Wednesday, and you couldn't keep up with the show. And I think that he should have never quit doing that Saturday night show. I love that fucking show, man.
Yeah, dude, we spent so many fucking nights, bro, till 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. Cap and I were talking the one time backstage. We were both smoking. It's freaking 6 o'clock in the morning. The sun's coming up. We had just done fucking 18 hours on that show from like.
That was during the Watson tour days, bro. Those were like good conversations, bro.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Fucking on the stream for like 16 hours from a Saturday to a Sunday morning.
Look, who was it? It was us. It was TD. It was Reason. It was EM. Everybody that had beef with each other never. Bro, that place was like the Continental from John Wick, bro. That was like a safe zone for everybody, bro.
Yeah, it was. Larry would keep it safe, man.
Rhino. I miss Rhino, bro. That was one dude. Yeah. Hey, that was one dude who always put me in my place and sent me to hell, and it was okay.
Yeah, he was. He's still on Reason's channel. I see him popping up over there.
I talked to him today. I talked to him on Dolphins Talk. He was on there today.
I was gonna say he was in the chat on that one, Cap.
Yeah,
I saw his name.
Yeah, I was on there for a minute until you guys came live. I said, let me check you guys out. But they were on there. That was good to see.
The man. What's up,
get up here, man.
OG. You want to
get up here, man. That's another ghost. I haven't seen him in a minute, bro. Everybody's on Twitter, bro.
He's been on here quite a few times, man.
Hey, I need some Twitter stories. Get up here, bro.
Yeah, drop the link for him again, Bleezy.
Cap probably missed him being on the show because Cap supports just about everybody.
Bro, I try to look.
I know you do. I mean, that's a compliment.
Hey, as critical as I am, bro, I try to give everybody love, bro, because at the end of the day, everybody's giving me their time, bro, and time is precious nowadays, bro. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yes,
and right now, bro, like I don't watch cable no more, man. It's pretty much streaming. Dolphins streaming.
Same here.
Me too. Me too,
Fuck
Cap.
cable, bro.
Hey,
Fuck
Cap.
cable.
Hey, Cap. I've kind of like I've joked around calling you the GOAT, but I really do feel that way, man. I feel like you're the GOAT, dude.
No, let me tell you. Look, for me, it's you guys. It's pretty much everybody that was on Larry's show. That's why I have a soft spot for a lot of these guys, bro. Like a lot of these guys that attack me, bro. If I really wanted to go at them, bro, I would go at them, but I don't because I know that they have good intentions toward the Miami Dolphins, bro. I know how it is, bro. To have your hopes up and it gets, you know what I'm saying? I don't take ill feelings towards anybody, bro. I had the worst feeling in the world last season, bro. Everybody was not alone. I was with them, bro.
No, Cap. I've seen you in action, dude. I've seen you go toe up with,
Yeah, I don't like doing that, but at the same time, man,
I know you don't.
You know what I'm saying? Like, don't if I'm not coming at you, man, don't come at me and don't come after my family, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I don't do that.
You will test somebody if you think. I
don't want to, bro. But at the same time, like, don't make it seem like I don't know my shit.
Don't try
you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
That's what I say. That's what I love. Cap's got so much love in his heart. He's got so much love, dude. And he shows it on his streams. He shows it in the chat and everything, but don't try.
Bro. Like, look, as hush as I am, bro, like, I've gone at it with reason time and time again, and me and him go at it all the time. And I have my feelings towards him. He has his feeling towards me. But I never take away the work that man does to his show, bro. Like, everybody on here deserves credit, bro. Everybody, bro. Everybody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard work maintaining the YouTube channel if you want it to be successful. For sure.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, especially if you do it, bro, and all you see is 0 views and you feel like nobody's there, bro. Like, that gets disheartening, bro. But you got to keep doing it, bro. There's people out there, bro. There's people out there.
It's a grind. Yeah,
it's hard to get subscribers on YouTube. I know that. I've been on YouTube for years, dude. I started this shit, Cap. You see me from way back on my Blue.
Yeah, but then look, you got what? You got punched, you got knocked down, you got back up, and you're back at it again, bro. That's it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, on this channel too, dude. I built this channel.
Oh man, it said Dolphins Realtor said StreamYard is fucking up.
It's all good, Realtor. Yeah. It's all good, bro. But
tell him to exit out. Maybe he has 2 windows open. Sometimes I do that shit. And it tells me no.
Exit out of it and click the link again, Dolphins Realtor. Try it again, brother. He said he tried it 10 times. 11 ain't gonna hurt.
Hey, Cap, have you ever been to Silhouettes up around?
What is that?
It's a club up around Orlando, strip club up around Orlando.
No, bro.
Dolphins Realtor was telling us about it.
My brother lives over there, but I think for the most part, Batman knows that area. Von Joe, CB, they all live around there.
We were on here late night one night with Colin, and he was talking about strip clubs, and Dolphins Realtor was kind of recommending Silhouettes.
MCJB's over there, no?
Well, I mean, I heard he was tonight. I thought he was in Atlanta, but I heard somebody said tonight he's in Orlando.
Why you think you're hearing Silhouettes? Because that's him asking where it's at.
I don't know.
But yeah, bro, man, what was I gonna say? Yeah, man. I mean, right now, look, what we got now? OTAs. Then we got mandatories.
We got OTAs.
The line's right around the corner, bro.
Yep. June. We have this week and next week are the rest of phase 3 of OTAs. The mandatory minicamp for the veterans and all them start on June 4th. Then the preseason, if I remember correctly, starts August 8th.
Cap, how do you think we can get a hold of Larry L?
Through Batman?
For real? Through Batman?
Yeah.
Oh shit. I gotta holler at Batman. We gotta bring Larry L. We gotta bring Larry L back on this bitch. I saw somebody on Big O stream, I think, and they were asking Cap for Life. They were like, Cap, what happened to Larry? People are looking for Larry, man. We gotta bring him back, y'all. For real.
Last time I heard, I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard that he was with and then he moved out slow. But I don't know if he's still around the Florida area or not. But yeah, Batman's the way to go.
You heard he moved?
Yeah, but I don't know if it's. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if he moved out of the state or out of the city or I don't know different zip codes.
Yeah, we'll holler at Batman. Let's see what he says.
Yeah, man. Hey, so we've been on here over 3.5 hours. We got 103 watching still. Again, for those y'all watching on all the other platforms, come on over to YouTube, smash that like button, subscribe if you haven't, and hit that notification bell. Let's go through some final thoughts. Go ahead, Cat for Life.
Yeah, no, man. Just we're going through the motions as usual, gentlemen. This is the off season.
Oh shit!
All the
TDR is on. Let's stretch it a little bit. Let's stretch it a bit.
What's good, everybody? What's good, everybody? What's happening? I've never had a problem like that with StreamYard. That's crazy.
You probably had a lot of windows open or something.
It's all good, man. What's happening?
Who's that, Cap? What's up, Cap?
Talk to me, bro. Talk to me. What's going on in the Twitter world, bro? Talk to me. I need to know.
Man, nothing much. I mean, it's been like 3 days of Bills fans trying to come after me and then getting smacked, but that's about it.
Well, you must be talking to the wrong Bills fans.
Yeah, man, the wrong ones. No, because they come after me with very casual. It's always about wins, losses. That's the only thing that they care about. And then they want to say, like, they always come at me wrong. They're like, oh, but you would trade Josh Allen for your whole team and blah, blah. I'm like, dude, Josh Allen is a top 2 quarterback. I've never not said that. So whatever, man.
They just take it.
Yeah, a lot of the Bills Mafia, I'll tell you, a lot of them are casuals. Just is what it is.
But that's everybody, though. That's every fan base, man. The majority of people are going to be casuals.
But are they being nasty? Yeah. Are they being somewhat, like, realistically, debatable?
Oh,
like,
dude,
you can tolerate
nasty. I've had super nasty.
Yeah. Yeah, we get a little rowdy from time to time. Listen, we jump through fucking flaming tables. I mean, what do you expect?
Hey, man. Bills Mafia, my daughter went through a lot. She was sick. We had to go through chemo and all that stuff. And Bills Mafia came out hard for my family. So, that's I got a lot of love for Bills Mafia. But, with everything, man, there's people that just are fucking stupid. That's it.
Yeah, and there are definitely quite a few of those in the fan base. But I will say, I'm sorry that you're going through that. But the Bills Mafia, they can get a little crazy sometimes. But one thing that they know how to do better than any fan base, they come together to support good causes. So that's cool for sure. I hope everything works out.
Hey, Dolphins realtor, Cap for Life was asking about silhouettes.
I told Colin, man. So we went to Daytona Bike Week one time, and we ended up at Silhouettes. And Colin was like, where can I get extras? Where can I get the extra stuff? I'm like, bro, you could get the clap at Silhouettes all day, man.
Squid. I think he was very interested. I don't know if he's. I think he's saving his money right now.
Oh man, let them live. Let the young be young.
Let the young buck roll. Yeah.
Cap, I told him to go to Vixen's, man.
Vixen's.
Hey, I think Vixen's is that by Uno's Pizzeria? I think my nephew works around.
Oh my gosh.
It's by Scarlett.
TDR. Now that you just said that, I think Vixen's is about to open up a huge club on Fort Myers Beach.
Really?
Because I drove by.
They got one over here. They got one over here. They got one over in Brown. My cousin used to work there. Yeah.
It's like a corporate strip club. Because I was driving off the beach the other day, and I saw this fucking building and a sign with a stripper on there. It said Vixen's. I'm pretty sure. was like, what?
They got one over here located in a truck stop. It's weird.
Well, they're building a brand new 2-story fucking strip club over here in Fort Myers.
Did I just hear that fucking Captain I've said having a strip club at a truck stop is weird? Bro, that's the perfect fucking place to put one.
Hold on.
No, hold on. Truck stops is not. That's where all the fucking lot lizards go.
I've been to Atlanta. I was at the bus stop in Atlanta. I know Magic City's right next to Atlanta Greyhound. But this place is like a freaking, looks like a mansion next to a bus terminal.
CT, you hang out with the lot lizards?
Yeah, no. And again, the whole point is so, no, I'm saying maybe there are some classy fucking truck drivers out there. How the fuck do you know?
Hey,
not all of them are trying to fucking get the hurt from the fucking lot lizards, bro. Come on.
And I'm gonna have to investigate a little bit more
from now on.
But they're building like a 2-story Vixen's strip club on Fort Myers Beach.
Man, TDR comes on, and this is what this show fucking developed.
Hey, so what do you think, man? Well, talk to us, man. I haven't talked to you in a minute, man. What's your thoughts about the schedule? What's your thoughts about this week's little, nonsense? What's your thoughts about the contract in general?
Oh, God.
To a contract?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that he has all the leverage. I think he is doing what he should be doing, which is, leveraging his pocket. But, I mean, this whole idea that he didn't go to OTAs before OTAs really even started. And he also was at mandatory minicamp. Maybe he wasn't every day. I don't know. But, and then he ends up showing up today. It's just stupid, man. I mean, he's going to get paid. It's just about when. I really don't like that we're dragging our feet again about another player. And now Trevor Lawrence, who is a fucking mid quarterback so far, is talking about getting 50 plus.
Yep.
That's not good for us.
So
that's great.
So is
Dak. But you know what Trevor has over. You know what Trevor has over us is that Trevor, and unfortunately, this is what's going to be the leverage for Trevor and for Jordan Love also. Trevor beat Tua in London, and Trevor won the division in that same year, even though he struggled last season, but that's the leverage he's going to have. And then Jordan Love pretty much is
we know that
that
division was trash, bro.
Trevor threw 4 interceptions in the first half and won the game.
No, I'm not debating that at all. You guys are right. But that's what I'm saying. If you're an agent, that's what you're going to use as far as him getting something close to golf.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the hope that he is it's not generational at this point like they thought. But I think that they still believe maybe Justin Herbert, maybe that area. It depends on how they value him, really. It's not how we value him. And we could try and make all the sense about it. But I don't know. If it were me and my ball club, from what I've seen from him, knowing that Travis Etienne took a lot of pressure off of him, and he had Calvin Ridley back there just running around, fucking, bailing him out. I don't like it. I wouldn't give him that type of money.
You know what I would give him? I would give him, honestly, based on the film and the eye test, I would give him 4 years, $200 million.
Who's this?
75 guaranteed.
Who's this? T-Law or Tua?
Tua, 75 guaranteed. He's not going to take it though.
Right.
That's $50 million a year.
Yeah, but 75 guaranteed is the real number.
Right, and that's the problem. That's where the negotiations.
Hey, the way I'm looking at it, I don't even care about the amount. Just get the fucking deal done, man. That's the way I look at it. Fuck the
I care about $5 million or $3 million because that's the difference between a starting right guard.
You're right.
I care about it because
you're talking about the difference.
I mean, yeah, but I mean,
but even in that's
the problem.
But the problem with that is we're going to have 18 million on June 1st. We don't even need any of that 18 million to pay Tua, and that money used this year could improve the team as well as down the road. But the problem is so I don't really think it's a money issue for the team. I think it's a money issue for Tua. You see Jared Goff get his contract.
It's an allocation issue. It is.
What is Jared Goff? 170 guaranteed, right? Over 4?
No, it was 123 with 217 million. Then hold on, I actually got the thing. So you got Jared Goff's 212 million. 170 million guaranteed. It was sorry, I was thinking of Herbert. Herbert got the $17 million signing bonus. But again, both of their contracts are 5-year contracts, where we've been hearing that the rumors are that the Dolphins are, and Tua's camp for that matter, are only looking at a 4-year contract, where I've said before, if you're going to put a third year out in it for Tua, you like that because you can get a high guaranteed. Say again, they give you 80 million guaranteed on a 4-year contract. So again, you're going to get that 80 million guaranteed in those first 2 years. You have zero cap hit for that third year. Well, the thing is if Tua comes and balls the fuck out, he can push to have them renegotiate that contract, because in year 4 that contract's going to be bloated as fuck. So it forces the team to come to the table early in that third year, and guess what? You get the bag again. But the difference is instead of tagging him, you can spread that money out, versus the tag, you have to pay that's fully guaranteed.
Right.
So it gives the team the financial flexibility without having to use the tag. If it costs you $40 million a year in guaranteed money, well, so be it. If you really think that you need that third year out, then be willing to eat it. Because if he does ball out.
So you're saying, to the extent of, all right, don't worry about the 50, just give me my guarantees, but my guarantees have to be more than 120, 130.
Well, no, because again, it's a 4-year contract. So at 80 million for 4 years, you're roughly at around 115, 120 million on a 5-year deal, which is what the reports that we were hearing that were coming out was between 200 and 250 overall, but between 100 and 120 million guaranteed. But that's only on a 4-year contract.
So I think you're nailing it right there.
No, it was 160 to 180 CT.
Yeah, but you know what? CT, you're nailing it though, because I think that might be the right there. I think it might be the extra year. I think they're trying to sneak in an extra year, and the Dolphins are saying no.
So in a 4-year contract, you'd at least have to have 120 million.
Exactly.
Guaranteed.
Yeah, whatever the proportion was. Yeah, because we did it the other night on the show when we had all that shit. I brought up the calculator and we actually did the percentages. So yeah, it would be right on par. 120 million would be on par with 160, 170 million that Herbert and Goff got on a 5-year contract. So
5 years, correct? 5 years, right?
Yeah, their contracts were 5 years. So proportionally, if Tua got 215, 215, 220. Yeah, but the thing with that is so if you're the Dolphins, though, then go ahead and give him higher money guaranteed. give him the higher money guaranteed in the first 2 years and then the fourth year, right? Now that third year, you have no guarantees, right? Like the Tyree contract, right? So you bloated the last the last contract year at 45 million, which we know he's not going to be here in 2 years. Either they're going to rework that contract or he's gone. Well, the similar situation with Tua is, okay, give him all a shit ton of guaranteed money in the first 2 years and the final year, with the final one obviously bloated. But in that third year, you have zero, minuscule, because you're not going to get a zero cap hit. But even if you get a $5-10 million cap hit for him, it's better than fucking 50, right? So you got an out year, but the thing is if he's balling out, then you can use that year to try to extend him in that third year. And for Tua, it's beneficial because you get to leverage that for a second bag 3 years later, where these other guys are stuck in their 5-year deals.
This is what it is. He's going after the 5th year, because if you go after Baker or Cousins or Daniels money, that's 4 years only, and they're not doing 4 years anymore. So he wants that 5-year cushion. He wants that extra year cushion, and he wants the Dolphins to pick it up, even if it's not guarantees or not. He wants the guarantee of the 5th year. He wants that security. We're gonna
get this deal done, guys. I promise you.
Didn't Goff
sure
just get 4?
So.
4 years. Didn't Goff get 4 years?
No, Goff got a 5-year contract. So did Joe Burrow, and so did Justin Herbert. Granted, Joe Burrow's wasn't this offseason; it was last offseason, wasn't it?
This team is built around Tua. It's fucking built around Tua. There's no way we're not going to pay him. Greer's going to have to figure out a way to give him the bag this summer at some point.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how they handle it because, again, that $18 million we're getting from X, why not fucking try to, get an extension for Waddle or for Phillips? Like, use that money. Don't just sit on it, try to roll it over, because that's really not going to help you next year if you're going to end up having to pay to an exorbitant amount of money if you make him play on the 5th-year option this year and he balls out. Then you're paying a premium between 50 and 55 mil a year.
No, hell no. It's going to be the 60s.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Instead of doing it now, you're going to be paying fucking 60 to 65. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
I just checked. Jared Goff got a 4-year extension on $212 million.
Again, CT, a team doesn't care about paying the premium if they know they're getting good product.
Yeah, it was 4 years. That's my bad. Yeah, we did all this shit the other night, and I don't remember all of it, but yeah. Yeah, 212, including 170 million guaranteed.
Yeah. I mean, Tua, that's what I'm saying, man. I mean, he's already built. This team is built around him. This deal's about to be done, man. I'm at this point, I'm not even worried about it. It'd be, if we don't get the deal done, fucking Chris Greer needs to be fucking fired.
Oh, shit.
It's gonna get done. It's gonna get done.
Yeah, it has to, man. How do you not get the deal done?
Yeah, this can't be a Christian Wilkins situation all over again.
Yeah, and I'm trying to tell you guys, if Jared Goff, and then who's left? Dak, Jordan Love, and Trevor Lawrence. If these guys get their contract before us, it's going to make us look bad.
I mean, to be honest, I don't know. I mean, Greer already has a fucking, reputation for overpaying people. So, I mean.
No, but CT, I agree with you, because Greer's always done that. Like, he did that with Baker. He paid him early. He paid Agba early. He's paid guys early, so I think he is trying to save up to pay somebody early because he doesn't want nobody else jumping ship. And right now it's who? Javon, Jalen Phillips, and Jalen Waddle.
Well, right? Holland is gone. Holland is fucking asking for the bag. He wants to be paid top 5 safety money.
So if Cheetah's not staying after this season, and Cheetah's not taking a pay cut, then you better take care of Waddle.
Well, Waddle and Phillips are going to ask for a bag.
Yeah, we're both first rounders.
Yeah,
man.
but I'm talking about Javon Holland. He wants to be paid top 5.
I agree with you, and he's athletes first too. I agree with you. He's probably gone.
No, I mean it depends on what you have, you know, like there's schematic changes. Like look at Christian Wilkins' production with Flores when they were predominantly 3-4 base, and then it jumps up in a 4-2-5 because he's on the field 80% of the time, and that's where he likes to be. And then he knows, okay, Weaver, he's coming in, he's going to run predominantly 3-4. And Wilkins is going to degrade, so that's not the target, you know. Whereas Tua is the whole offense. I mean, you wouldn't be able to just replace him, you know. I could name better quarterbacks, but they're not available to you.
Right.
UTDR that we didn't go after drafts. QBs in the draft, we didn't do anything. We didn't get anybody free agent wise. Back in the day, we could have went after Baker. We didn't. I mean, what if I told you, we're content with Skyler? Are you content with Skyler and Mike White? Or would you get rid of somebody and cut one of them?
Shit, I think Tannehill's about to replace Mike White.
Oh, shit. We were talking about that earlier. There you go. There you go.
Great minds think alike. That's all I have to say.
A lot of talk about Tannehill.
Bro, we've been talking about that shit all fucking night. Shit, we started talking about that 4 hours ago.
Hey, there's some reports, man. You clear $4 million off the books. Mike White is a $4 million cap hit. For what reason?
Yeah.
Yep, and that's what I was saying is because I didn't know his actual cap hit this year. I know he was 6.5 last year. I'm like, bro, if you sign Tannehill for 2 or 3, say you save fucking $2.5 million. Fuck, why the fuck not? He's better. He's got more experience. Granted, I mean, he sucks fucking pocket presence and all that shit, but he's better than fucking Mike White throwing pick sixes. The only touchdown he threw was fucking chosen in that fucking Denver game, and that was it. The rest of it was pick sixes and fumbles. And shit, Skyler didn't fucking look very good either.
Well, that would be hilarious. Hey, we're off by $3 million. All right, let's get rid of Mike. I think we can get somebody to come in for $1 million. Who? Tannehill.
But imagine all the fucking 2A. Oh my god! Imagine Omar Kelly if fucking Tannehill was back on this fucking team.
Just imagine the whole fan base. That'd be crazy.
That would be great.
I would actually go watch Omar's new show if we did that, just to see him flip his shit.
Over Mike
just
White.
to watch him flip his shit. But nah, man,
that would be great.
I feel bad for him, man. They, him and Elaine Poupard parted ways, and I know both of them have definitely gone down in viewership because of it.
Oh yeah, I used to watch that shit almost. I don't know, like 4 or 5 times a week. I mean, fuck it.
You know what? Hey, look, I'm glad you brought that up, man. And this is why I like to put into context when I say this, TDR, and to everybody on this panel. When everybody tells you that they should not care about what the fans think as far as the front office of this team, well, let me tell you something. A lot of this media outlet that we have locally, they get promotions and they get recognition because of us. And they even let us know in the comment section. They let us know in the chat. We thank you for everything you guys do. So everything that we do for them, they get credit for, but we don't have a right to say what we want when it comes to what we think is right.
Well, no, hold on. No, I don't know what. Listen, in real business, the consumer is the only thing that matters. So, I mean, that's if anybody doesn't think that the front office pays attention to the consumer, then they don't understand business 101. And the NFL is a business. You have to put ass in seats. The consumer is the only thing that matters. So I don't know why fans would think that, but I get what you're saying. of course, fans have a voice, and they listen.
Oh
Yeah,
shit!
but
You guys probably don't follow me on Twitter, but like if you
I do.
did, just a couple of weeks ago, man, I got into it with Javon Holland about this very same thing that we're
No,
about.
no,
Oh yeah,
no.
That.
yeah.
Is it like
Javon
you
was
want to
like,
get
"You
into
don't
it or
have a
no? Is it
fucking
like,
say."
You tore my new ass or what?
yeah,
No,
nah,
he
don't get
said
too
you don't
deep
have a
into it if you don't
say.
want. But that,
He said you don't have a say to anything that they do, and I was like, "Dude, let me tell you something, man. We've been here for a lot longer than you. You know, you got to
yes,
understand. We
Yeah.
appreciate your work and we appreciate all the things that you do. The work that you put in, but you got to understand that you might be here for 3-4 years. We're gonna be here for a lifetime, and they
Yeah.
definitely listen to us.
What he
Well,
bro,
hey,
my man, bro.
that's a naive way to think from a player's standpoint. I mean, they should know better,
what did he
honestly.
say? Did he reply?
He said, "Man, get the fuck out of here," and then he said,
That's it?
"You know, he wasn't happy with me. Whatever."
That's all he said?
Yeah, he didn't say much. He was just like basically saying you're full of shit, and I'm like, "Dude, I'm
Yeah,
not.
when you,
I'm
hey,
telling
look,
you."
TDR,
You
I,
say
hey,
you're full of
TDR,
shit.
I've come to learn, my friend, TDR, in life and doing this stuff on here because it takes a lot of balls to get on here, bro. I've come to learn when you have a debate with somebody and you have a real logical, like reasonable debate, and they have no more comeback for you but insults, that means you've done your part the right way, bro.
Yeah, they're
So
done. They're
Bro,
cooked.
fans create change all the time. Just take Buffalo, for example. Why do you think Frazier was soft fired last year? Or the year before? It's because the fans, man. They pay attention to all that shit. You can't have the revenue of your organization like say no. You have to listen at some point.
Holland shouldn't be interacting with fans to begin with. You know,
He's young, man. He's
Yeah,
young.
they all do that.
He's young, and will pop off. Any 23-year-old kid would do that. That's like
Yeah.
when back a few years ago, when I was, but Hugh Freeze implemented at Ole Miss. He told all the kids, "You're off of social media." He said, "No social media for y'all." He cut it off, and then Lane Kiffin came in and fucking said, "Hell yeah, social media." It's but I don't know, man. NFL
What,
players should not be fighting with fucking
bro?
fans.
Why? That's why Tua's about to get a big deal because most of the fan base are Tua ears. I don't think the Dolphin organization and the front office really believes in Tua, but the fans do. That's why he's gonna get paid.
No, they don't, man. The fans are about
Bullshit, man. Everybody's a fucking Tua ear.
the fans are about
No,
probably
that's not true.
fans are probably about 70-30. I'd say about 65-45 or 35.
Not on these platforms around here, bro.
About
Not on
70.
these
no,
platforms.
hey, look, hey, when Tua now was popping, God rest his soul, rest in peace. It was a good amount of people that were just in favor of one person and not the logo, and you saw that.
Well,
But
I
it's
don't
got to
remember
the point
anything
now
changing.
where I think now more or less now we've come to a reasonable understanding that we know he's not going anywhere, but the fans aren't either. But we're willing to have a compromise, bro. We are. It's to the point now where the people who want to get the contract, they're taking it more personal now. It's just like they're getting their feelings and their nerves way too invested. It's just like where the people that don't believe and are detractors are willing to be like, hey, we're accepting it now. Like, why are you guys upset?
Hey, Cap, I think what happened is all the Alabama guys, now that Alabama sucks, they're all hiding, and that was a big part of all the Tuaneers were the Alabama fans.
Yeah, it was bad at one point. I think it's gotten, to Amicus's point. He's only witnessed what he's seen the past 3 years, but like for these people on the panel now, we've seen the worst of the worst, and I don't think this is really the worst of the worst.
No, it's not, bro. We've been in the
What?
playoffs.
No way.
playoffs the past 2 years.
This is a good moment, man. I mean, really, all we are away is an intermediate threat. Couple things, you know, we need to be able to target different areas of the field if we're going to do a timing based offense. You know, and that's what they've been working on. I'm not going to guarantee you that it's going to work out. I'm just going to tell you that from what I see they're doing, I completely understand.
Hey,
and look, I'm willing to come to a compromise as well. When I say, I think the only thing that's hurting us right now is ourselves, as far as a fan base. Like, I think now it's more than ever for us to be like, yo, it is what it is. We know what's going to happen. They need us. They need us now more than ever, because if this thing doesn't work out, everybody's going to turn against them.
Hey, TDR, we were talking about it earlier. What do you think, in a nutshell, about our defense? Is it upper echelon, or like where would you rank it?
So last year, because Jerome Baker went out late, Javon Holland went out late, our coverage dropped off. Xavier Howard went out, you know, so our coverage, our secondary definitely dropped off. So everybody thinks that, well, they're not going to be able to do anything because they lost Christian Wilkins. But in my opinion, what they do is they change to more of a gap stopping, a run stopping defensive line where they're heavy disruption off the edge, and then they try and seek blitzes. And I think that will kind of give us a little bit more of what we're looking for in the secondary, because there's going to be mistakes being made. So, yeah, like maybe we don't have Christian Wilkins on 80% snap share going to get the quarterback, but I'm not sure that's what we need. And I remember Duke Riley covering Dalton Kincaid and getting fucking fried. I remember shit like that, you know? So, no, man, I don't think that – I think that we've gotten a lot better. I've seen tape on Jordan Brooks. I've seen him targeted a lot, but I've also seen him lock down Jamar Chase. So I know the guy can cover, and I think we stepped up.
Yeah, Brooks and Long as linebackers, man. I think that they're kind of underrated, man. I think people are sleeping on them.
Shit, dude. You know, you're talking about blitzing these guys that are fucking 4.4. You know, David Long can get there so fucking fast, man.
Right. Yeah, bro. That's what I'm saying.
You know?
I think we're going to switch
These guys
more
got
of
good wingspan.
I think we're going to switch to more of a 3 safety set, you know, so we'll have that hybrid linebacker. Maybe they put Jordan Poyer there because that's what they did in Buffalo last year. You know?
Yeah, the problem with that though is and if that was the case though, and I hate to say this because I even said it in the middle of last year, among all the injuries we had at linebacker, Brandon Jones is the perfect fucking fit for that. His ability to be a safety hybrid linebacker. He can cover better than a fucking linebacker. Now, is he going to be, again, he wasn't the greatest, but he's able to blitz. He's able to play against the run. He's a very freaking physical tackler. Like, if that was the case, why not resign him?
We did draft somebody. Who's a McMorris?
He wanted too much, man. Brandon Jones wanted $7 million a year.
Yeah, he wanted to get paid. He wanted to get
worth
paid.
that.
No, you're right. He wanted to get paid like the rest of them. We drafted a safety. Did we not? Like fourth round?
We bring in Jordan Poyer for $2 million a year.
Yeah, but that's, you know, okay, but you can only
watch the tape on the safety that we drafted, and that dude's a fucking badass, man. I don't know if he's
Patrick McMorris. Yeah.
McMorris, yeah. That dude's fucking legit, bro.
Well, we'll have to see because he might be replacing fucking Javon Holland.
Might be. He might be.
Because this motherfucker asking for top 5 money, like, no.
And so is Phillips, and so is Waddle, you know, and so is Tua. They're all asking for that big money, which give props to Greer for drafting these motherfuckers.
Dude,
but see, again, I'm the realist, is their first round picks their top 18 guys, you would assume that a fucking GM with one of the top 20 picks in the NFL are going to pick a good dude.
These are the guys that we drafted during our rebuild.
Not with the percentages we saw on the graph.
Yeah.
You're actually right. These are the guys that we drafted for our rebuild. We stocked. We fucking tanked for this class for these guys. It's they should be good. These are the guys we tanked for, and so now we got to try to hold on to them.
Trying to find that green rat. No, it's not that one.
What sucks about Holland is we're talking about a guy that has 2 bad knees right now. And are they ever going to be the same?
Javon Holland's eyes when we come June 1st pick up Justin Simmons or fucking Quandre Diggs or somebody like that. Then he'll know for sure he's not going to be getting paid.
I'll take Simmons. Hey,
yeah, so that would be a harsh reality for him for sure.
I'm confused. Who's Tennessee's defensive tackle's name?
T.R. Tart.
Yeah, Pop Tart.
No, I thought, what was his name? I thought they had another Simmons.
The one we got, you talking about?
No, Tennessee.
Oh, Tennessee Simmons?
Yeah, defensive tackle.
Fuck, I don't know.
Or am I thinking of the wrong guy?
Well, we're talking about Justin.
He's talking about a safety transfer named Simmons.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about that defensive tackle from Tennessee.
No, Simmons is a free agent, but he's going to cost money.
Hey, Cap, what do you think
he's a Bronco.
Cap, what do you think about T.R. Tart?
T.R. Tart? Who's T.R. Tart?
That's the backup, the defensive lineman from Tennessee that we got.
Oh, the one that we signed?
Yeah.
I don't know too much about him, man. I mean, you tell me. Like, what's
TBR,
his pros?
TBR. You know anything about him? I've watched his videos. He's a fucking beast.
Yeah, he's got a high motor. He's good against the run, and he's a big body. He's going to play a 0 tech, a 1 tech. Mm-hmm. You know, he's going to be a nose.
Straight nose. Straight fucking 0. We call him Pop-Tart. T.R. Tart. Colin came up with that name. He started calling him Pop-Tart.
Yeah, I think this line is underrated, man. You know, they got Tart, they got Harris and Gallimore and all these guys that, like, dude, just look at the Ravens. Those guys were fucking doing their job at 40% snap share.
See, and that's what yeah. And that's what I kind of like, though, is, again, though, if you don't need necessarily another piece in the defensive line room, that's fine. You know, that's where, again, either at linebacker or safety, you know, you can't just sit back and, again, like we had last year, say, okay, you move to a 3 safety set. Well, what happens if Javon Holland gets hurt again? You're fucked. You're gonna have Poyer out there. You may
put Chop back there.
Well, that's what.
Oh God.
That's what. I don't know. That's what
guys. Patrick McMorris, Mark Perry, but it seems like they drafted a bunch of box safeties.
Yeah, which, you know, again, you know, you let Brandon Jones go, and I get it. You don't want to pay him. We only paying him 5.5, so literally got $1.5 million more. Okay, you didn't want to pay him that. That's fine. But now you're trying to search for a replacement, and, you know.
So when you say box safety, are you saying they're not allowed to freelance?
Yeah, I'm saying that they're coming up in the box as the third option, you know, big nickel. You know, they have options, but their primary job is going to be to stop the run, to blitz the quarterback, and
yeah, exactly.
Maybe, you know, grab onto a tight end.
The bigger back.
Yeah, Mark Perry's what, 6'2", 210? That's pretty big.
Yeah, I haven't watched a lot of his. I mean, you got guys. The thing is again, are they going to develop? Are they going to perform? And that's really a whole different ballgame.
Well, I mean, I like what you're saying as far as the defensive tackle position. We got more than 7 or 8 guys. So with the numbers,
we have like
you would
12. We have like 12
Yeah.
on the roster right now.
Yeah, so you would think out of 12, 4 are going to hit. You would think at least
You would
4
hope.
would hit.
I mean, it's going to come nuts.
Well, they'll play more than 4. It's going to be a heavy rotation.
Yeah. I mean, but I would think and I would hope there would be like legit
Yeah,
4
you got
hits.
Sealer. You got Sealer locked down. You got Sealer that's going to lock it down. You already know he's going to be a beast. So put somebody beside him.
Like if we find another Sealer, you get what I'm saying? Like a diamond in the rough.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, but the question is how efficient is Seiler going to be without Christian eating up double teams?
That's well, put somebody beside him. Somebody else can do what Wilkins. Maybe not as good.
One of those 12 guys. We got to have at least one of those 12.
Benito
Well,
Jones.
what do you want?
Don't sleep on Benito Jones. Benito
what do you
Jones.
want?
I was just saying that we need a bigger size guy. I think that you need, like I said, if you're going to have Tart come in and play a nose.
What if I told you could get Calais Campbell cheap, even though we already set at defensive tackle? Would you do it?
I would love it.
Yeah, I mean, depending on the price, I'm not paying him $10 million a year, but if you can find a number that works, so be it. Just the same way, if it's Quandre Diggs or if it's, Justin Simmons, if you can get him for the right price, absolutely at him. Why would you not?
That's what I mean.
You got money to play with too.
That's what Greer does. Like during the trade deadline, he'll make some type of move for a gap player.
Yeah, but we're not trying to wait. We're not trying to wait for the trade deadline, Cap. We're talking about this off season.
Yeah. I agree. Like I'm not trying to wait either. I mean, but it's just you have options if you're willing to hold on to money, as opposed to just giving it all up. I mean, when that June 1st hits, you think all that money is going to be allocated to what? The rookies? Is it going to be what?
Well, we said it's going to be $5 to $6 million. I think one of the articles said for our draft picks because it's a standard system.
Benito Jones is 6'1", 335.
Even if you get,
yeah, he's a nose.
Yeah, he's a beast. 6'1", 335.
I like Brandon Pilley.
Yeah, but wasn't he on the team a couple years ago?
Yeah, we drafted him. Undrafted free agent, Benito. And then he went to Detroit and started every game as a D tackle. Now he's back here. He's only 26.
Yeah.
We'll see, man. We'll see because I haven't seen it. I didn't see him play in Detroit, so
he's his nickname in college was Country Strong.
I mean,
yeah,
that's fine.
We didn't get rid of him because he wasn't good. We got rid of him because he didn't fit the scheme. And then he went over to Detroit and did some things.
He got picked up. They call him Country Strong because he's strong as a motherfucker.
Yeah, there you go, man. Like I said, I just think that it's for me, it's more about, can you find that okay, you got him, you got Seiler, and you're hoping that, one or I mean, maybe he pans out. I mean, I don't know. I don't know enough about him. I didn't really watch him in his previous stop either. So, but okay, you got 3, you got 1, 2 more guys you want to nail down, at least one more guy, and the rest can be rotational bodies. But then, we can go to the linebacker room, obviously, until Chubb and Phillips get back. I mean, you got the 2 linebackers we signed to this offseason, Barrett and the other guy. And
Kamara.
Yeah, so again, you're depending on your rookie class here to bail you out, and hopefully they get up to speed. I mean, shit, it took Jalen Phillips a year and a half to get up to speed.
We should have a nice fucking team as it is right now, the way I see it. I don't know what y'all think. I think
those edge rushers that we grab, they're not going to be the same as Phillips or Chubb. They're not big bodies trying to bully. They're going to try and disrupt.
Hey, TDR, did you see that video today that showed Kamara and then Chop?
Yeah. Chop looked good, but Mo looked more explosive. Actually,
did he not? Mo looked so much bigger than Chop. When Mo went and dominated the blocking deal and the step to the side, and then Chop stepped up. Oh, he looked like a fucking high school player.
That's not his game, man. His game is speed and getting a hand on the ball.
I know. He's got that fast first step, but when he stepped up, I was like, "Holy!" I couldn't believe how much smaller he was than Kamara.
Yeah,
he's quite a bit smaller, man. A little skinnier, but whatever. He'll gain some weight.
You hope. I don't know. We'll see, man. Like I said, I mean, if you're going to try to use him as the, a third down pass rusher, early down, situational, I mean, he's going to have to do some work on the stop and the run.
Green Rat said he's very physical. Green Rat said he put the Iowa center fucking 8 yards back in the backfield.
No, and I can appreciate that, but we're also talking about college, and we know the disparity in college players.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%, man. Some of these guys that are monsters in college, they come into the league and they just can't figure out, how to place their hands, or maybe they didn't have bend and they just relied so much on the bull rush, which is a lot of them.
You're right.
Exactly. And they don't translate because they have a certain skill set, but you can't just out muscle people in the NFL. It's not like college. You're not gonna out muscle the bigger guys. You're not. You need to learn finesse, you need to learn, like you said, hand placement, leverage, all this shit that if they went to a small school and they didn't learn none of this, they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
At the same time, if you're a really good player, you're going to come into the NFL and excel. You're going to be a fucking boss. It depends on how good of a player you are, man.
Well,
yeah, but
can you put the game together?
Against, the corn-fed boys up here, where you're talking about some, pretty strong guys in the fucking trenches up here.
Yeah, and I'm not discounting that. I was more saying, like, when you get to the NFL and that these offensive linemen, especially the experienced ones, they're gonna fucking undress you, because if all you want to play with is power, all they got to do is fucking angle you the right way, and you're getting yourself right out the fucking play. And in college, you're not going to see savvy veteran shit where they're they're going to do this. This guy's going to hold you up by doing that and whatever. Like, it's a different game in the NFL.
I can't relate to too many, but I saw when I was in college at Ole Miss, man, I saw Patrick Willis. He came in as a 2-star recruit. Yeah, 3, 4, and 5-star. Patrick Willis came in as a 2-star recruit to Ole Miss and started absolutely dominating at the linebacker position. And then, if you don't know about him, he went on and got drafted by San Fran, and he'll probably be in the Hall of Fame one day. But he transitioned to the NFL. That was not a hard transition for him. He went in there and just straight to fucking knocking people, kind of like Zach Thomas did back in the day.
Yeah, those guys usually get drafted high. I mean, I know Zach Thomas didn't.
Yeah. No, Zach didn't. I think Patrick did get drafted in the first round, but you know, it was I mean, he was an animal, dude. Animal.
You see somebody like Will Anderson come in, and you're like, okay, that guy's going to be an animal. But you see somebody that matches, maybe not production, but you know, the disruption rate, the pressure rate, the speed, the bend, all that with Micah Parsons, and you get him at 21. That's a steal.
Yeah. Micah Parsons is a real deal. He was somebody that was dropping back in the draft, and I said that if he falls to us at 18 or whatever it was, you know, run to the podium, but that didn't happen.
No.
Yeah.
No, who did we draft? We drafted like two higher than him, right?
We got Waddle.
Yeah, Waddle and Phillips. That's right. And then he won after.
Which is good. No, that was a great draft for us, dude. That was a great draft.
Panay Sewell.
And I'm glad, and I think he hit on those. It's the same thing, you know, with the Tua situation and whatever. Like, you know, you have high draft picks, and the fan base expects that those players are going to pan out. I mean, especially in the top 18, you got 3 in the top 18.
Mm-hmm.
Like, people would expect that you would hit on those. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the downfall of getting 3 first rounders. I think, what was it? Like, we had like 3 first rounders, I think, 2020 and then 2022?
Something like that.
Pay all those guys, yeah.
Not only do you have to pay them because you drafted them all in the first round and you know, 2 consecutive, you know, not consecutive, but 2 different years.
Micah was a draft before Waddle. Wasn't he? Or was he?
I don't remember every damn one of these people.
I thought we had an opportunity to grab him, and we didn't.
I can't remember now.
We ended up doing what? We traded one of our first rounders to give back some capital, or what did we end up doing?
Hold on, I'm looking it up right now.
I did a fucking video, and I said if Micah is available at our pick, we should run to the podium. And I think
we dropped down a couple spots with the trade from pick 3 or something, and then moved back
to
down.
pick 6 to
took Waddle
pick 12.
and gained like a first round after it was all said and done too.
Was he in the Waddle draft?
Yes, he was at number 11, and was drafted
the same year
in 2019, which is when we got Waddle. Yes.
So he was in that draft.
Yeah.
So he was
that was a crazy
draft. So he was in between Waddle and Phillips.
Yep, he went number 11.
That whole draft class
was
crazy.
I don't have a problem with that.
We picked Waddle at 6. He was picked at 11, and then we picked Phillips at 18.
Okay.
So where did Kyle Pitts go again?
That wasn't. Was that
right before Waddle to Atlanta?
He went 7.
Right before him. Yep.
7.
Man, we dodged that bullet.
Yeah, I was actually saying take Pitts. I thought we should take Pitts.
I think we all were on the Pitts train.
It was Pitts.
I think there was 3 options: Waddle, Pitts, and Parsons was kind of, I think, and then Sewell?
Yeah.
Those were the 4 that, you know, any one of the 4, I think all of us would have been happy with.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Back then, anyhow.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. At that moment.
We did good with Waddle.
But to get the extra picks and stuff was awesome, and still got Waddle. That's what was cool. Which turned into what? Tyreek? That's one of the picks that got Tyreek, I think. That or Chubb. I can't remember which one.
It was Chubb. We gave up the one for Chubb. Because that's when, remember, I was bitching that if you were going to give up a first rounder, you might as well have given up the second rounder and got, what's his name? The fucking linebacker, Roquan Smith.
Roquan Smith, yeah.
Yeah, that's when I
Yeah,
was
but
bitching.
Roquan
Why give
Smith
up the
never
first?
wanted to come to Miami. So, I mean, as much as, some of us can say, we should have done this or should have done that, the player might not have wanted to come here.
I mean, yeah, that's fair enough.
True. All right, CT, you ready to wrap it up, bro?
Yeah, man, this was a
my
good show,
bad.
guys. Appreciate you guys, man.
My
for
bad.
having
I'm
me
over
on,
here
man.
cooking
I
my.
appreciate you, Cap. Love you,
Thanks
man.
for stopping in, Cap.
TDR.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate you, bro.
Anytime,
All
man.
right,
You guys
guys.
have a good one, man. We'll keep it going
Hey,
throughout
I
the season,
appreciate
man.
it. Any final thoughts, brother? Any final thoughts, Cap?
Yeah, man. Let's just keep it going, man. Let's keep it doing, man. It's just regardless of what we're going through, man. Let's go through it together, man. We got this, man. Let's go.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. TDR, final thoughts, brother.
Nah, Cap said it best. I mean, we'll just keep going. I think we got a good team, and keep your head high. We'll see, man. The
Hell
Jags,
yeah.
the Bills. If we beat the Bills in week 2, then
It's
we'll
on.
celebrate.
It's on.
Hell yeah. All
Hell,
righty, Green Rat, final thoughts, brother.
Hey, Tua.
Yes, sir. Short and
listen,
sweet. Bleezy, get it.
hey, I totally agree with TDR, man. I'm I don't mean to discount the Jags or whatever, but week 2 against the Bills, I want to get that win, and I want to springboard and fucking have a great season. Let's go.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think that all the offseason moves and everything, and we're leading into phase 3 of the OTAs. First day was the day. You got 2 weeks of that. Veteran mini camp is June 4th, and if I believe I remember correctly, August 8th is the first preseason game. So we ain't got that much longer to go to find some of these answers out, brother.
It's really not far at all, man.
So let's get it. We got 2 months, make it through, and then we get to watch some Dolphins football. We appreciate everybody coming out. We will leave you guys with our favorite clip, and we will see you guys on the next one. We appreciate it. Again, peace.
Jalen Waddell. Everybody knew they would yell from the box like Jalen Waddell.